Chapter 124. End of an Era, Chapter 124. End of an Era, what is this? Isn't he just Tier 3? How can he have such power? He can already shatter space at Tier 3. Could he be a God-ranked expert? When the experts caught outside of Shifeng's mana domain saw the fragmented void in front of them, they couldn't help but be dumbfounded. They had seen experts shattering space with their attacks before. On the main continent, any Tier 4 expert could easily accomplish such a feat. Some of them even used to be Tier 4 experts on the main continent. However, the miniature ancient world had only opened recently. It was impossible for players to even reach level 120 at this stage of the game, let alone Tier 4. Yet, the cloaked man before them had accomplished a feat that could typically only be accomplished by Tier 4 players. With just one singular attack, he had exhibited power on par with Tier 4 taboo skills at Tier 3. At this moment, there was only one plausible explanation everyone could come up with for this unbelievable situation. A Tier 6 God-ranked expert, an existence capable of turning the impossible possible. Shadow is really finished this time. When Rampant Blade saw Shadow's experts disappearing without a trace, he couldn't help but turn to look at the proud figures of Su Qianlu and the others, his eyes full of bitterness and lamentation. In the past, he used to hold the same position as Su Qianlu as one of Shadow's 5 demon generals. Yet, in the time it took him to reach the refinement realm, Su Qianlu and Blackie had already become existences that even world dominators found tricky to deal with. The two of them were even capable of killing refinement realm experts like ants. In reality, Rampant Blade had felt that Shifeng was joking when he heard about the other party's declaration to erase Shadow from God's domain. After all, there was simply too significant of a gap between Shadow and Zero Wing. Now, however, over 80% of the experts Shadow had dispatched to the miniature ancient world had just been killed. On the surface, it might seem as if these experts had just lost a level and a piece of equipment. However, in the current state of the miniature ancient world, this was an irrecoverable loss. After all, these experts were all geared with top-tier weapons and equipment that Shadow had paid a huge price to procure. It wouldn't be an easy task to replace all of these items. Meanwhile, before they could recover these lost items, Shadow would be much more restricted in what it could do in the miniature ancient world. Needless to say, it'd also be impossible for Shadow's experts to catch up to the experts of other guilds in terms of levels. Simply put, Shadow had already lost its initiative in the miniature ancient world. It had already been kicked off the front lines and lost the opportunity to contest crucial resources. Naturally, all of the investments it had made thus far were also for naught. However, these losses still weren't the biggest problem. The biggest problem Shadow now faced was Zero Wing's Tier 6 God-ranked expert. If it were before the Secret Pavilion's recent move, it wouldn't have been a significant problem for Shadow to be targeted by a Tier 6 God-ranked expert. After all, the God-ranked expert in question wasn't on the main continent. Meanwhile, Shadow's main source of income remained on the main continent. However, the various powers of God's domain were currently frantically competing for the miniature ancient world's resources. Among these powers, there were bound to be some who wouldn't mind destroying Shadow, both on the main continent and in the miniature ancient world, if they could gain a Tier 6 God-ranked expert's favor. Not to mention, they could also reduce the number of competition they needed to face in God's domain. Meanwhile, in the distant forest, Blue Sheath couldn't help but sigh in relief when she saw that Shifeng had stopped attacking. What rotten luck! I nearly got killed just now, Blue Sheath muttered under her breath. The attack just now had triggered all of her danger senses, and she felt as if her life was hanging by a thread. It had already been many years since she had experienced such a feeling. What the hell is shadow thinking? Even world dominators wouldn't dare to recklessly provoke a God-ranked expert. But after this mess, world dominators will have no choice but to pick a fight with this God-ranked expert. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website, My Novel Full. Thanks. The experts of one of World Dominators' affiliated guilds had just been annihilated. Even if World Dominators was reluctant to, it would have no choice but to go after Zero Wing. Otherwise, it had become a laughingstock among the various powers, and no power would be willing to attach themselves to it. Meanwhile, during the time Blue Sheath was resting, sounds of battle suddenly came from a different location. Moreover, these sounds were rather loud, and Blue Sheath could hear them clearly even though the battle took place several hundred yards away. What's causing such a loud commotion? Has Zhuo Tianquang's legion finally started clashing with Mysterious Moon's experts? A hint of anticipation appeared in Blue Sheath's eyes as she looked at the intermittent flashes coming from a distant part of the forest. Immediately, she went into stealth and dashed toward the other battlefield. Anyone capable of causing such a huge commotion in the current miniature ancient world must possess strength at the Tier 4 standard. Out of World Dominators' forces scattered across the New Moon Forest, only the trump card Legion, led by Zhuo Tianquang, possessed Tier 4 combatants. Meanwhile, if Zhuo Tianquang's Legion was making a move, it went without saying that they had discovered Mysterious Moon's members. Thus, Blue Sheath needed to head over to the other battlefield immediately. Otherwise, she might miss out on her chance to challenge Nightingale. Boom, boom, boom. As the sounds of battle continued echoing throughout the forest, Blue Sheath arrived within 100 yards of the battlefield. There were several hundred players fighting on the battlefield right now. Of the two clashing sides, the side with greater numbers consisted of players wearing World Dominators' guild emblem, while the side with fewer numbers consisted of players wearing Mysterious Moon's guild emblem. Meanwhile, after observing the battle for a moment, Blue Sheath couldn't help but be stunned. How is this possible? Logically, World Dominators should have been at an absolute advantage thanks to their overwhelming numbers. Yet now, World Dominators' members were fighting a retreating battle, their team of several hundred members getting pummeled by Mysterious Moon's several dozen members. At this moment, even World Dominators' Zhuo Tianquang was getting pinned down by Mysterious Moon's vice guild leader, Crimson Seal. However, this still wasn't the most shocking part. What astonished Blue Sheath the most would still have to be the sight of the silver-haired female assassin dashing around the battlefield, killing one player after another. Meanwhile, this silver-haired assassin was also the opponent Blue Sheath was seeking to challenge, Nightingale. Currently, Nightingale wore leather armor engraved with magic patterns, and her body radiated mana from top to bottom. The mana she radiated had even taken on a faint, misty form. As for the two crescent blades she wielded, they were like demonic claws that tore through everything in their path. Even Lonely Dragon, a Hammer Knight and Zhuo Tianquang's vice commander, couldn't face Nightingale's attacks directly. When confronted with Nightingale's attacks, his only option was to rely on his footwork to evade Nightingale's attacks. Even then, he didn't last more than 30 seconds before he lost all of his HP to Nightingale's crescent blades. The current Nightingale was so strong that even Blue Sheath dared not move forward to challenge her. Moreover, Nightingale wasn't the only anomaly on this battlefield. The other Mysterious Moon experts were also exhibiting extraordinary combat power. 40. Since when did Mysterious Moon have so many experts with near Tier 4 strength? After observing the battle for some time, Blue Sheath finally understood why World Dominators' members were at such a severe disadvantage. Although Mysterious Moon only had 40 members on this battlefield, every one of them was an expert with combat power nearing the Tier 4 standard. This number was double of what World Dominators' side possessed. Even though World Dominators' side had more players, most of these players were of no help whatsoever. In front of an expert with near tier 4 strength, ordinary refinement realm and flowing water realm experts were nothing more than cannon fodder. After the battle continued for a few more minutes, Zhuo Tianquang had finally died after getting besieged by several mysterious moon experts. Along with Zhuo Tianquang's death, the final member of World Dominators' Trump Card Legion had also disappeared from the New Moon Forest. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 125, 100 Flow City in an Uproar. Chapter 125, 100 Flow City in an Uproar. Jinhai City, downtown area, Lan Family Mansion. What? Nearly all of our experts in 100 Flow City got annihilated. Impossible. Hadn't you been moving with World Dominators? How can nearly all of you get killed? Also, you all got killed by Zero Wing of all guilds. Lan Hailong, dressed in a collared suit with 2 female secretaries standing by his side, bellowed as he glared at Luo Tiancheng through the video call. When he heard the news Luo Tiancheng suddenly brought him, he couldn't help but shoot up from his seat, the grape wine in his hand spilling all over the floor. Zero Wing was nothing but a small guild established by someone he had dismissed from his guild. Yet now, he was being told that this small guild had eradicated nearly all of his guild's experts. How could he possibly believe this? The most ridiculous part about this was that Zero Wing had accomplished this feat with only one player. It's true, Chairman Lan, Luo Tiancheng said with a helpless and bitter smile. Moreover, it isn't just us who got done in. Guild leader Gu and his team also got wiped out by that mysterious swordsman from Zero Wing. According to Guild leader Gu's analysis, he suspects that person might be a Tier 6 God-ranked expert. With just one attack, that mysterious swordsman from Zero Wing had snuffed out the lives of over 1,000 players. The attack had happened so quickly and suddenly that Luo Tiancheng didn't even manage to react to it. Before he knew it, the world around him had turned gray, and his connection with his body was forcibly disconnected. The only thing he managed to see was a cloaked figure holding a sword in the distance. A God-ranked expert. Impossible. How can a small guild have ties with a God-ranked expert? Also, Gu Iren is one of World Dominators' top-tier geniuses. Even a God-ranked expert won't have an easy time killing him in the miniature ancient world. Lan Hailong instinctively refused to believe Luo Tiancheng's words. Gu Iren was one of the people World Dominators had tasked with managing its affiliated guilds in the miniature ancient world. Setting aside the fact that Gu Iren was a flowing water realm expert, just the fact that he was considered a top-tier genius in World Dominators meant that he would have received some tools that could save him during desperate times. The various superpowers might not care much about the lives of their normal members, but it was a different story for the lives of their top-tier geniuses. The cost of even a single death was high in the miniature ancient world. If the various superpowers wanted to ensure their advantage in the miniature ancient world, they would definitely do everything they could to prevent their top-tier geniuses from dying. As a super guild, there was no way World Dominators would supply its top-tier geniuses with life-saving items. Meanwhile, just like Lan Hailong surmised, Gu Iren had indeed received life-saving items from his guild. With the items he had, he could easily survive an assassination attempt from even domain realm experts. Unfortunately, Gu Iren hadn't expected Shifeng's attack to be so strong and fast. Everything happened so quickly that he had already gotten killed before he even realized what was going on. Naturally, he didn't have time to use his life-saving items either. Otherwise, even if Shifeng's attack could shatter space, he couldn't have stopped the activation of a Tier 4 teleportation scroll. I'm telling the truth, Chairman Lan. You can ask Guild Leader Gu about this yourself, Luo Tiancheng said. When he saw Lan Hailong's crazed expression, He could understand what was going through the other party's mind. If he were standing in Lon Hailong's shoes, he wouldn't have been able to accept this situation either. In order to capitalize on the miniature ancient world's benefits, Shadow had borrowed a lot of credits to gear its experts with level 100 epic weapons and equipment. After all, Shadow's experts had achieved significant improvements in their combat standards after receiving World Dominators' training resources. If they combined their improved combat standards with epic weapons and equipment, they could go against even the experts of first-rate guilds. Yet now, after taking a deep breath, Lon Hailong asked, How many epic weapons and equipment did we lose? Roughly 500 pieces, Luo Tiancheng answered carefully. Although Shadow had suffered over 1,000 casualties in the fight with Zero Wing, not everyone was geared with epic weapons and equipment. After all, even if Shadow had the money, there weren't that many level 100 epic weapons and equipment available for sale at a reasonable price. That is, if you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website, My Novel Full. Thanks. Because the various powers were frantically buying up epic weapons and equipment, the average price of these items had also skyrocketed. With Shadow's limited financial strength, it could only equip around half of its experts with epic weapons and equipment. Hence, the loss they suffered wasn't as terrible as one would expect. However, Lon Hailong nearly fainted when he heard Luo Tiancheng's answer. The average price of a piece of level 100 epic equipment was 300,000 credits, while the price of a level 100 epic weapon was 700,000 credits. If he assumed half of the epic items lost were weapons, his total loss would reach 250 million credits. He had already invested all of the money he had into the miniature ancient world. A loss of 250 million was no different than a stab to his heart. World Dominators. Is World Dominators not going to do anything about this situation? Lon Hailong asked, a glimmer of hope appearing in his heart. Shadow was one of World Dominators' affiliated guilds, and its experts had suffered annihilation while carrying out a mission for World Dominators. By reason, World Dominators should avenge Shadow. If that happened, there was a high chance that Shadow could recover the weapons and equipment it lost, even if they couldn't recover those items. So long as World Dominators offered to help Shadow in 100 Flow City, Shadow would still have a chance to return to the miniature ancient world's front lines in the future. However, as soon as Lon Hailong finished asking his question, a voice came from beside Luo Tiancheng. That's unlikely to happen. Mysterious Moon has already annihilated all 3 of World Dominators' legions that are stationed in 100 Flow City. World Dominators lost? You're saying World Dominators, a super guild, lost? Lon Hailong was dumbfounded as he looked at Rampant Blade, who had appeared in the video call. At this time, let alone Lon Hailong, even Luo Tiancheng couldn't help but be dumbfounded by the news Rampant Blade shared. It was already unbelievable that Zero Wing had a Tier 6 God-ranked expert helping it. However, a first-rate guild defeating a super guild was even more unbelievable. Even if it were only 3 of a super guild's legions, this matter still sounded like fantasy. At the same time, news of World Dominators' defeat also quickly spread throughout the entire 100 Flow City. This is crazy. This world must be going crazy. I didn't think Mysterious Moon had hidden its strength so well. I can't believe even World Dominators is no match for Mysterious Moon. Sure enough, times are changing in God's domain. When the various powers and players learned of this shocking piece of news, some felt admiration toward Mysterious Moon, while some felt that World Dominators had weakened. Most importantly, everyone had come to realize one thing: super guilds were no longer unbeatable existences. Because of this situation, Many powers that had been accumulating their strength in secret had begun growing restless, and all of them were thinking of challenging the various superpowers' authority. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 126, Saint Legacy. Chapter 126, Saint Legacy, 100 Flow City, Witcheson's residence. 40. You're saying Mysterious Moon has 40 experts with strength nearing the Tier 4 standard? Lu Wuxing asked, greatly surprised when he heard Blue Sheath's report. Then realization dawned upon him as he said, no wonder world dominators stayed silent after losing to Mysterious Moon. Without mobilizing all of its forces, there's no way world dominators can deal with those 40 experts. The public was only aware that Mysterious Moon had won against world dominators, not how Mysterious Moon had achieved this victory. Although this information was already plenty shocking, it was nothing compared to the information Blue Sheath brought back. I thought world dominators would try to recover its lost reputation immediately, but it seems that won't be happening anytime soon, Lu Wuxing said as he stroked his beard. I have truly underestimated Mysterious Moon. I didn't think they would actually be so far ahead of Witchison. That's right. I didn't think that Mysterious Moon has hidden its strength so deeply, Blue Sheath said, nodding in agreement. Challenging a superpower was a necessary process for all first-rate guilds. Only when a first-rate guild had managed to achieve a victory against a superpower would the other powers in God's domain recognize it as a superpower. Otherwise, nobody would be convinced of the first-rate guild's status, and nobody would fear it as they would fear a superpower. However, while Mysterious Moon might have snatched the initiative, it is Witcheson's turn to make a move next. Lu Wuxing said, his voice filled with determination. Actually, Mysterious Moon's matter isn't the most shocking thing I saw today. Elder Lu, Blue Sheath suddenly said, before I discovered Mysterious Moon's fight with world dominators, I saw something even more amazing. Something even more amazing? Lu Wuxing couldn't help but be a little surprised. If news of Mysterious Moon having 40 experts with near Tier 4 strength got out, it would most likely shake the entire miniature ancient world. Nobody would think that world dominators had grown weaker after losing to Mysterious Moon either. On the contrary, they would think that world dominators' defeat was inevitable. So Lu Wuxing found it hard to believe that there was something even more amazing than this matter. A Tier 6 sword god has entered the miniature ancient world. Blue Sheath said, uttering every word loudly and clearly. Moreover, I can guarantee that it's a sword god that I have never seen before. A never-before-seen sword god in the miniature ancient world. Lu Wuxing felt a chill crawling down his spine when he heard Blue Sheath's words. Are you certain? It should be known that Tier 6 god-ranked experts were high and mighty existences. Even if the miniature ancient world had a lot of opportunities and potentially even housed god legacies, these opportunities were nothing to a true Tier 6 god-ranked expert. There was no way a god-ranked expert would do something as stupid as abandoning their Tier 6 status and restarting their progress in the miniature ancient world. Even the 5 great super guilds wouldn't do such a thing. The reason for this was simple. The birth of every Tier 6 god-ranked expert required an astronomical amount of 7 luminaries crystals. It was why only the strongest among first-rate guilds possessed Tier 6 god-ranked experts. While the various superpowers had the 7 luminaries crystals to produce multiple god-ranked experts, they definitely couldn't afford to waste these resources. Hence, there shouldn't exist a Tier 6 god-ranked expert in the entire miniature ancient world. If such an expert existed, there could only be one explanation. An outer world player. I have a record of the battle, Blue Sheath said, as she forwarded the video she recorded of Shifeng's battle. A Saint Legacy. This was the first thought that came to Lu Wuxing's mind after watching the video. Most people would only take Shifeng's attack at face value when they saw the attack-shattering space. However, as a Tier 5 Divine Mage and someone incredibly close to reaching Tier 6, Lu Wuxing possessed much greater knowledge than most players. Meanwhile, thanks to his knowledge, Lu Wuxing could tell that the main reason Shi Feng could exhibit such power with his attack was due to his extraordinary control and usage of mana. The level of control and usage Shi Feng had exhibited was simply unheard of. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website, My Novelful. Thanks. Out of all the existences Lu Wuxing could think of, the saints of legends, individuals who had reached the extremities of one particular field, should be the only existences capable of manipulating mana in such a precise and ingenious manner. Hence, he concluded that in addition to being a Tier 6 God-ranked expert, Shi Feng must also have a saint legacy. I believe Mysterious Moon shares a close relationship with this sword god. Otherwise, he wouldn't have appeared in the New Moon Forest when Mysterious Moon was challenging world dominators, Bluesheath said, offering her opinion on the matter. No, you're completely mistaken, Lu Wuxing said, shaking his head. Or, more specifically, everyone in 100 Flow City is mistaken. This God-ranked expert didn't appear because Mysterious Moon decided to challenge world dominators. Instead, it is because Mysterious Moon has formed a partnership with this God-ranked expert beforehand that it dared to challenge world dominators. 40 experts with near Tier 4 strength. This was a force only a veteran super guild like world dominators could muster at this stage of the game. Newer super guilds and other superpowers couldn't muster such a force even if they wanted to. Mysterious Moon was merely a first-rate guild that didn't even have a Tier 6 God-ranked expert. How the hell did it come to possess so many experts of such caliber? What should we do about this, Elder Lu? Bluesheath asked. After thinking it over, she felt that Elder Lu's words made sense. Otherwise, she'd have no way to explain how Nightingale, someone slightly weaker than her in terms of combat standard, possessed the ability to kill a domain realm expert like World Dominators' Hammer Knight Lonely Dragon. Go and get ready. It's about time we visit Zero Wing as well, Lu Wuxing said, smiling as he stood up from his seat. We can't let Mysterious Moon monopolize everything. Good things must be shared. I understand. Bluesheath nodded. I'll have people find out where Zero Wing is based immediately. After saying so, Bluesheath vanished from the conference room, leaving Lu Wuxing by himself. An Outer World player, is it? It seems it's about time we break free from World Dominators' control. Lu Wuxing muttered as he looked out the window. Witch's Sin had already reached the standard of a super first-rate guild 3 years ago. Its strength had long since gone beyond the level of even top-tier first-rate guilds. In addition to having 2 publicly known Tier 6 God-ranked experts, it also had one other Tier 6 God-ranked expert in secret, with 3 Tier 6 God-ranked experts, and the guild's near-perfect guild legacy that allowed it to nurture players systematically until the Void Realm. Witch's Sin was more than qualified to become a super first-rate guild. Even actual super first-rate guilds were no better than Witch's Sin in these regards. However, Witch's Sin still chose to conceal its strength and hide behind world dominators. This was because the leadership of Witch's Sin understood that it still wasn't time for their guild to reveal its strength. They understood that the pool of water known as God's domain was much deeper than most people thought. It definitely wasn't as shallow as it seemed. 3 God-ranked experts were far from enough to accomplish anything great in God's domain. Witch's Sin still required an opportunity. Meanwhile, now was the chance for Witch's Sin to rise. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3055_100 Flow City, New Moon Forest. 100 Flow City, New Moon Forest. After Shi Feng exterminated shadows and world dominators as experts, The other experts on the battlefield promptly scattered like a bunch of frightened birds, leaving only Shifeng's party of 5 behind. In no time at all, the previously lively surroundings of the New Moon Lake had become desolate and silent. "You're too cruel, guild leader. You ruined my wonderful training opportunity." Happy Snow complained when she looked at the desolate lakeside area. "I'm already close to breaking through the last barrier. All I needed was to spar with a few more Flowing Water Realm experts." Flowing Water Realm experts were incredibly rare in God's domain, and opportunities to spar with such experts were even rarer. Unless she went knocking on the door of a guild with Flowing Water Realm experts, it was unlikely that she would come across such opportunities. Meanwhile, out of the affiliated guilds world dominators had gathered today, some of them had dispatched Flowing Water Realm experts. Yet, the battle was already over after she had the chance to execute only one move. The Flowing Water Realm experts standing behind Gu Iren didn't even get the chance to make a move before Shifeng killed them. It is indeed a pity. Su Qianlu also revealed a disappointed look in regards to this situation. If Shifeng hadn't made a move, she could have gotten the chance to spar with true experts like Gu Iren. Gu Iren and his subordinates had trained under a super guild, so their foundations must be greater than the average Flowing Water Realm expert. If she could spar with such experts, she could definitely improve her combat standards. "Can you two battle maniacs stop being ungrateful? I think the guild leader's actions are right. See how much work he saved you guys." Blackie reprimanded, curling his lips as he looked at the weapons and equipment scattered across the battlefield. If we had to kill them one after another, most of Shadow's experts would have fled after realizing they're no match for us. If we allowed that to happen, what's the point of us coming over to intercept them in the first place? There were only 2 ways to affect a guild in God's domain. The first way was through targeting a guild's experts. The second way was through targeting a guild's income. If one caused sufficient damage through any of these 2 methods, one could erase a guild from God's domain. Meanwhile, their goal this time was to target Shadow's experts. Apart from being the symbol of Shadow, these experts were also the strength Shadow relied on to raid team dungeons. Without these experts, Shadow would no longer have a stable supply of high-quality weapons and equipment. If it became known that Shadow lacked the ability to raid high-difficulty team dungeons and secure high-quality weapons and equipment, who'd possibly be willing to join or stay in Shadow? Eventually, Shadow would gradually lose its members and eventually be forced to disband. However, whether it was Su Qianlu or Happy Snow, neither of them bothered themselves with internal affairs. They remained oblivious to the importance of high-quality weapons and equipment to an organization in God's domain. They also didn't know how to cherish a good opportunity to secure a bunch of high-quality weapons and equipment. From how Blackie looked at it, if it weren't for Firecloud sacrificing all of his time and energy managing internal affairs, Su Qianliu's Thousand Flow Adventurer team would have never managed to survive in the Black Dragon Empire. Now that Happy Snow and Su Qianlu had joined Zero Wing, they became even more unhinged. They paid zero attention to the guild's internal affairs and focused entirely on improving their strength. It was especially true after they acquired the Holy Annihilation Mana technique. Both of them had become crazed battle maniacs. "All right, hurry up and collect the loot," Shifeng said as he watched Su Qianlu and Blackie bickering with each other. He wasn't surprised that they had differing opinions, though, or more specifically, he had already gotten used to this situation. After all, when they were in Shadow, Blackie was responsible for managing internal affairs, while Su Qianlu was responsible for managing external affairs. It was also the same case in Zero Wing during Shifeng's previous life. This battle is only a warm-up. The real fight has just started. Su Qianlu was confused by Shifeng's words. Hasn't Mysterious Moon defeated world dominators already? These next 2 days were the most crucial for competing for the Dark Moon Outpost. After Mysterious Moon had annihilated all 3 of World Dominators' legions, the experts of World Dominators' affiliated guilds had also fled the New Moon Forest. It was unlikely that World Dominators could organize a force strong enough to go against Mysterious Moon these next 2 days. Hence, Mysterious Moon was almost guaranteed to secure the Dark Moon Outpost. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website, My Novel Full. Thanks. Aside from having to wait for Mysterious Moon to transfer the Dark Moon Outpost shops to Zero Wing, there shouldn't be anything that Zero Wing needed to do these next 2 days. Mysterious Moon has indeed defeated world dominators, Shifeng said, chuckling. But do you honestly think a super guild has so little strength? After this incident, world dominators will most likely start retaliating for real. During his previous life, Shifeng had been the guild leader of the #1 guild in God's domain. Hence, he knew just how powerful a super guild was. World dominators might have difficulty mustering a force of 40 experts with near-tier 4 strength, but targeting a first-rate guild and securing a measly outpost was child's play for it. In God's domain, defending one's possessions was often more difficult than fighting for another person's possessions. After this battle, it would be Zero Wing and Mysterious Moon's turn to defend, while World Dominators would begin its offensive. Meanwhile, only after they had successfully defended their advantage would their victory count. This was something Mysterious Moon probably understood as well. In fact, Mysterious Moon might have already begun concentrating its strength in 100 Flow City to solidify its hold over the Dark Moon Outpost. Meanwhile, the Dark Moon Outpost would become the foundation for Zero Wing's future development, and a significant amount of money and resources would be necessary to develop it. Hence, Zero Wing needed to take every opportunity it had to secure valuable resources. After 10 minutes of looting, Shifeng's party collected all of the items on the ground. Crap! Since when was Shadow this rich? Over half of all these items are epic ranked. Blackie couldn't help but be astonished when he was done sorting through the loot. Lon Hailong will probably have a heart attack if he learns of this loss. They had acquired a little over 1,000 weapons and equipment in this battle, and over 600 of them were epic ranked. It should be known that they had targeted mainly Shadow's experts during the previous fight, while the number of World Dominators' experts they killed was no more than 100. In other words, over 500 of the epic weapons and equipment they looted belonged to Shadow. They could already arm a 100-man team to the teeth with this many epic weapons and equipment. At this time, even Shifeng couldn't help but feel sorry for Lon Hailong. A 100-man team's worth of epic weapons and equipment. At this stage of the game, even first-rate guilds could only afford to gear their main force to such an extent. This meant that Shadow had just lost an entire main force's worth of equipment. Nice! We've hit the jackpot this time. Fire Cloud exclaimed excitedly as he looked at the weapons and equipment in his bag. We won't have to worry about lacking equipment when we recruit more members later. The number of epic weapons and equipment they just acquired surpassed even the total number the 1,000 Flow Adventurer team possessed when the Adventurer team transitioned into the miniature ancient world. Zero Wing's guild warehouse would remain stocked for a long time with this huge influx of weapons and equipment. No, we will be selling everything but the epic weapons. The sooner, the better, Shifeng said, shaking his head. Moreover, it's best if we can convert these items into magic crystals. As for the guild warehouse, I'll think of a way to produce more mana equipment sets later. Setting aside level 100 epic weapons, level 100 epic equipment could only be used in the current stage of the game. Once the various powers entered the level 120 neutral zone and interacted with the outer world players, Nano equipment would quickly become the mainstream equipment. At that time, other than powerful epic weapons and equipment, everything else would become outdated. Rather than wait until the level 100 epic equipment lost their value, it'd be better to sell the equipment while they could still get a good price. They could also use the coins and magic crystals they earned to upgrade the Abyssal Star ancient city. Okay, I'll go and get it done, Blackie said, having no opinions regarding Shifeng's decision. After experiencing the mana equipment set's effects, he could no longer see ordinary epic equipment as excellent. After Shifeng's party returned to 100 Flow City, Shifeng suddenly received an emergency notification from the system. Simultaneously, a window showing the surveillance footage of his villa popped up in front of him. Why are they here? Shifeng couldn't help but be surprised when he saw the scene displayed in the surveillance footage. Noticing the strange look on Shifeng's face, Su Qianlu curiously asked, "What's wrong, guild leader?" "It's nothing. Some old acquaintances just appeared outside my house," Shifeng said, chuckling. "Old acquaintances? Who?" Blackie asked curiously. He knew that Shifeng had very few acquaintances in Jinhai City, and even fewer among them would come knocking on his door at this time. In response, Shifeng calmly said, "Lan Hailong, if you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 128, Fight. Chapter 128, Fight. Lan Hailong? Why is he here? Blackie's expression darkened a little when he heard Shifeng's words. He had spent the past 10 years striving for shadow. Yet, not only did he have nothing to show for it, but he had even gotten thrown away like a used tool by Lan Hailong. Fortunately, the miniature ancient world had appeared, and he had managed to get into Zero Wing. Although he hadn't made any money yet, he could already see the future prospects of the guild. Zero Wing definitely had a promising future, and it would certainly surpass Shadow by leaps and bounds in the future. He's probably here for those epic weapons and equipment. Levels lost can be recovered, but it won't be easy to recover all those epic items, Su Qianlu said, smiling. Even her 1,000 Flow adventurer team did not possess this many epic weapons and equipment when it transitioned into the miniature ancient world. It wasn't hard for her to imagine how devastated Lan Hailong must have felt after finding out about such a loss. It might be a different story if Lan Hailong didn't know who had come into possession of these epic weapons and equipment. However, in a situation where he knew who had acquired these items, there was no way he wouldn't do something about it. Guild leader, that Lan Hailong must be up to no good. I'll bring people over to your place right away, Blackie hurriedly said when he recalled the sinister methods Lan Hailong had employed in the past. "No need. I can take care of it by myself. You go and sell the equipment," Shifeng said, waving his hand. "Will you really be fine, guild leader?" Su Qianlu asked with some concern. "Don't worry. It's just Lan Hailong and his thugs. They don't have the strength to do anything against me," Shifeng said, smiling. "All right, I'm logging off." If it were 2 weeks ago, Shifeng might have had a little trouble dealing with Lan Hailong. However, the S-rank nutrient fluids he consumed had already healed his hidden injuries and revitalized his body's cells fully. Combined with his training, he now possessed the physical fitness of a half-step master. Now, he would have no problems facing even martial arts masters. After saying so, Shifeng promptly chose to log out of God's domain. Outside Shifeng's villa, under the villa's surveillance camera, Lan Hailong currently wore an ugly expression on his face. His eyes were also vaguely bloodshot, and even his clothes still had a lot of wine stains left on them. At this moment, he was completely devoid of his past arrogance and majesty. "This bastard simply isn't taking us seriously, Chairman. He's made us wait outside for over 10 minutes already," The muscular and balding Zhou Yuhu said impatiently. Should I break inside and drag him out? Zhou Yuhu was currently Shadow's chief training instructor. He had also participated in many fighting competitions in the city and won many trophies during his younger days. Although his combat standards were inferior to Shi Feng in God's domain, he was far superior to Shi Feng in combat in the real world. With his physical fitness currently at the half-step Hunglian master standard, he could easily take on 2 or 3 Shi Fengs simultaneously. Meanwhile, the security system of Shi Feng's villa might seem excellent, but Zhou Yuhu was confident he could sneak inside without any cameras catching him. However, after hearing Zhou Yuhu's suggestion, Lan Hailong calmed down a little and shook his head, saying, Shi Feng now has a Tier 6 God-ranked expert backing him, so he's naturally feeling arrogant. We'll wait. Since Lan Hailong had already said so, as Lan Hailong's #1 henchman, Zhou Yuhu had no choice but to dismiss his plans and continue waiting. After another 10 minutes had gone by, the villa's door finally opened, and standing behind it was Shi Feng. At this time, Shi Feng was dressed in a bathrobe, and his hair was still wet. Evidently, he had just come out of the shower. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website, My Novelful. Thanks. Shi Feng. Zhou Yuhu immediately felt his anger flaring up when he saw Shi Feng's attire. We've been standing outside for so long, yet you were inside taking a shower. Are you even taking us seriously? Do you have business with me? Shi Feng asked, ignoring Zhou Yuhu as he turned to look at Lan Hailong. Honestly, he wasn't trying to trouble Lan Hailong and Zhou Yuhu by taking a shower. Instead, he had simply taken a shower because his body had grown dirty and sticky after spending many hours cooped up inside his virtual gaming cabin. I know you're very upset with me, Shi Feng. Seemingly regaining his past majesty, Lan Hailong calmly said, Now that you have a God-ranked expert standing behind you, it's natural that you can ignore Shadow and me. However, don't you know you've just brought disaster to yourself? Disaster? Shi Feng couldn't help but chuckle when he saw Lan Hailong's high and mighty behavior. What is this disaster you speak of, Chairman Lan? Your Zero Wing might have a God-ranked expert backing it, but not only did your people annihilate Shadow's experts right in front of World Dominators' many affiliated guilds, but they've also killed Guiran, one of World Dominators' administrators in the miniature ancient world. Do you think World Dominators will let Zero Wing off the hook after this slight? Lan Hailong asked. When he looked at Shi Feng's nonchalant expression, he could tell that the other party wasn't heeding his words whatsoever. So he continued, I can tell you now that World Dominators is very angry over this matter. It has even prepared to issue a bounty across the entire miniature ancient world. That God-ranked expert might not care about having a bounty placed on him. But what about the rest of you? Do you think you can survive the pursuit of the miniature ancient world's countless experts? Nodding to Lan Hailong's words, Shi Feng asked, So, hasn't Zero Wing acquired Shadow's lost epic weapons and equipment? Chuckling, Lan Hailong said, I can make you an offer. Think of a way to sell those items back to Shadow. You can at least give that God-ranked expert an explanation that way. In return, Shadow will plead World Dominators' side for mercy and forget about issuing a bounty on Zero Wing. This is a deal that is good for both of us. Shi Feng quietly looked at Lan Hailong. After listening to Lan Hailong's offer, he suddenly found that Lan Hailong wasn't a brainless fool like he thought. The man was simply ignorant of the current situation. Your offer is good, but I refuse. Shi Feng said, shaking his head. Don't delude yourself. Shi Feng. World Dominators' bounty will be one that can tempt countless experts. There is no way Zero Wing can survive this. Lan Hailong said, his gaze suddenly turning icy cold. This is your only chance. Let's just fight, then. After saying so, Shifeng closed the door and stopped entertaining Lan Hailong and Zhou Yuhu, his actions causing Lan Hailong to grow dumbfounded. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 129, Arrogant Shifeng. Chapter 129, Arrogant Shifeng. TL Notes. Made a change to Chapter 128, March 20th, 2022 Bounty-Kill Order. What does he mean? Lan Hailong fell into a daze as he stared at the villa's shut door. Fight? Fight who? World dominators? A super guild? Should I take care of him, Chairman? Zhou Yuhu suggested. Don't bother wasting your energy, Lan Hailong said, shaking his head. Then, with a somewhat gloomy expression, he said, Before I came here, Gu Iren had already told us not to provoke Shifeng, no matter what for now. Does guild leader Gu doubt my strength? Zhou Yuhu asked angrily. I'm not trying to boast, Chairman, but my physical fitness has improved significantly since I started receiving World Dominators' training resources. I'm only a little ways off from becoming a martial arts master. It's a piece of cake for me to take care of Shifeng. You should be aware of Gu Iren's strength. Do you think you can beat Gu Iren in a fight? Lan Hailong asked as he glanced at Zhou Yuhu. Zhou Yuhu shook his head in response. Gu Iren's physical fitness had already reached a realm that was beyond his reach. If they fought seriously, he felt that Gu Iren could claim his life in a single move. Gu Iren has said that he isn't a match for Shifeng. If you still wish to try after hearing this, be my guest, Lan Hailong said as he looked at the lights on the second floor lighting up. If it weren't for Gu Iren's warning, he would have most likely had a similar idea as Zhou Yuhu. After all, there was no way he would take such a slight sitting down. Initially, Lan Hailong had been skeptical of Gu Iren's claims. However, when he recalled how Gu Iren talked about Shifeng fearfully, and then saw how nonchalantly Shifeng treated them today, he realized that Gu Iren might have been speaking the truth. Even guild leader Gu isn't a match. Zhou Yuhu was stunned when he heard Lan Hailong's words. At the same time, a hint of fear had also appeared in his eyes as he stared at the villa's second floor. But are we really going to let this matter slide? Since Gu Iren had already spoken as such about Shifeng, Zhou Yuhu naturally wouldn't be so foolish as to barge into Shifeng's villa. If he did that, Shifeng would be completely within his right to take care of him. Shifeng could even cripple him without having to worry about any legal repercussions. On the other hand, not only would he have to receive a beating, but he might even get into legal trouble for trespassing onto private property. Let this matter slide. The corners of his mouth lifting slightly, Lan Hailong said, How can we let this matter slide? Shifeng might think that he's become amazing, but he simply has no idea how powerful a super guild is. Just wait and see. It won't be long before Shifeng comes running to beg me. Before coming into contact with world dominators, Lan Hailong hadn't thought much of super guilds. While he acknowledged that super guilds were powerful, he didn't think they were invincible. He even used to think of challenging a super guild if there was an opportunity to do so. However, after partnering with world dominators, he realized just how powerful super guilds were. The strength the various super guilds revealed to the public was merely the tip of the iceberg. Yet, even this small tip was already enough to scare the various non-superpowers into submission. But what about all those epic weapons and equipment we lost? Zhou Yuhu asked worriedly. Without those items, our main force won't be able to compete against the other powers' main force. We'll also be a step behind in exploring level 110 plus maps. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website, My Novel Full. Thanks. Currently, most of the various powers experts in the miniature ancient world had already reached level 103. Some powerful experts had even reached level 104 already. Meanwhile, once the various powers' main force members reached level 105, they would promptly advance into level 110 maps and widen the gap between them and other players. However, the miniature ancient world had a significantly harsher level suppression system. Without a full suit of epic weapons and equipment, players would have difficulty grinding level 110 monsters at level 105. We don't have any other choice. We'll mortgage one of our main cities first and use the money to replace what we lost. I refuse to believe that Shadow can't survive without that batch of epic weapons and equipment Zero Wing stole. Lon Hailong said, gnashing his teeth as he looked at the villa's second floor hatefully. I want to see just how long Zero Wing can survive against World Dominators' kill order. After saying so, Lon Hailong turned around and walked away. Zhou Yuhu also took one last look at the villa before chasing after Lon Hailong. Meanwhile, on the villa's second floor, after executing 3 repetitions of the body's strengthening technique, Shi Feng grabbed a bottle of S-rank nutrient fluid out of the fridge and drank it. Then, he climbed into his virtual gaming cabin and got ready to log into God's domain. It seems we've thoroughly enraged World Dominators this time. I didn't think World Dominators would put a kill order on us. Shi Feng frowned a little when he recalled Lon Hailong's words. When a player power issued a kill order, it showed that this player power was determined to kill the person or organization they targeted. Simply put, a kill order was a bounty. However, the bounty offered by a superpower was different from what non-superpowers could offer. The bounty the average power offered wouldn't earn the interest of peak experts. This was because the average power would only offer credits or coins for their bounty. At best, it would offer epic weapons and equipment. However, none of these things could catch the interest of peak experts. After all, a peak expert in God's domain could easily earn several million credits from a single commission. Obtaining epic weapons and equipment was a simple task for peak experts as well. Or, more specifically, most peak experts were the ones selling epic weapons and equipment in God's domain. Hence, the bounties issued by the average power in God's domain wouldn't attract the interest of peak experts at all. However, it was a different story if it were a bounty issued by a superpower. It was especially so if said superpower was a super guild, an existence standing at the top among the various superpowers. A super guild's bounty could cause even apex experts to go crazy, let alone peak experts. Whenever a super guild issued a bounty, the very minimum reward it would offer was a fragmented legendary item. Fragmented legendary items were things that even first-rate guilds had few of. Typically, even first-rate guilds wouldn't be willing to offer fragmented legendary items as a reward for their bounties. However, a super guild wouldn't care about that. Aside from fragmented legendary items, super guilds would also offer legacies as rewards. Of course, these weren't your average legacies. Instead, they were god legacies. These were legacies that even most first-rate guilds lacked the ability to acquire. Meanwhile, a god legacy would have a fatal attraction toward experts stuck in the boundary between Tier 5 and Tier 6. It was similar to how Galaxy Past was adamant in acquiring the Holy Annihilation Mana technique. If World Dominators had decided to issue a kill order on Zero Wing, Shi Feng did not doubt that many peak experts and apex experts would come after Zero Wing. While Shi Feng was confident he could repel these attacks without trouble, it was a different story for Su Qianlu and the others. Currently, the strongest member in Zero Wing after Shi Feng was Su Qianlu. With her combat standards paired with the ancient mana equipment set, she could fight against an apex expert fully geared in top-tier epic items. However, while she might be able to fight off one apex expert, What if she had to go up against 2 or 3 simultaneously? Many peak and apex experts had flooded into the miniature ancient world in an attempt to reach Tier 6. There was no way these experts wouldn't be interested in a kill order issued by world dominators. Even if Su Qianlu and the others grouped up whenever they went out to grind, it probably won't take more than a few seconds before they got sent back to the city. With world dominators' kill order in effect, Su Qianlu and the others wouldn't even be able to leave the city to level up. It seems I'll have to open Abyssal Star City ahead of time. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 130, Surge of Wealth. Chapter 130, Surge of Wealth. By the time Shifeng had returned to God's domain, the entire 100 Flow City was already buzzing with activity. Almost every player in the city was talking about the battle in the New Moon Forest feverishly. Did you hear? It seems Mysterious Moon has fully occupied the New Moon Forest already. Yet, despite knowing this, World Dominators hasn't dared to send any people there. It seems World Dominators intends to give up on the Dark Moon Outpost. Of course, I've heard about it. Also, your information is outdated. Outdated? According to my sources, World Dominators has already demanded Mysterious Moon to withdraw from the competition for the Dark Moon Outpost. Otherwise, even if Mysterious Moon manages to acquire it, World Dominators will turn the outpost into a restricted area. World Dominators is going too far. It's behaving no different from a bully at this point. I know, right? But Mysterious Moon has also declared that it would fight till the very end. Moreover, it is currently recruiting new players and experts, and the benefits it is offering are excellent. If Mysterious Moon manages to secure the Dark Moon Outpost as well, all of its members will get to save a lot of travel time. The players on the street discussed the war between Mysterious Moon and World Dominators, and many couldn't help but be enraged by World Dominators' overbearing attitude. At the same time, independent players who had been subjected to the various superpowers' oppression all these years couldn't help but be tempted to join Mysterious Moon. After all, Mysterious Moon was the only first-rate guild to have achieved victory against a super guild these past few years. Now, it had even resolved itself to fight to the bloody end. I've also received a different piece of news. I heard that World Dominators is also planning on putting a kill order on a guild called Zero Wing. Zero Wing? Isn't that a newly established small guild? I heard that Zero Wing is super amazing. Despite being only a small guild, it has a Tier 6 God-ranked expert among its ranks. Moreover, Zero Wing has even annihilated one of World Dominators' affiliated guilds right in front of World Dominators' face. Right now, World Dominators is planning on offering 1 God Legacy and over a dozen fragmented legendary items as a reward for its kill order. You'll get 5 points for killing Zero Wing's elite members, 20 points for killing internal members, 100 points for killing core members, and 1,000 points for killing executive members. You can then use these points to exchange with World Dominators. Crazy! This is crazy! What is going on with this miniature ancient world? It's only been a few days since it opened. Yet first it was Mysterious Moon. Now it is a newly established guild. Is everyone trying to go against World Dominators? It's also because of this situation that World Dominators is trying to set an example. There's no way anybody couldn't resist the temptation of these rewards. Although it costs 20 million points to exchange for the God Legacy and 5 million points for each fragmented legendary item, it's not entirely impossible to obtain this many points. This is a chance for many ordinary experts in the miniature ancient world to access these resources. You've tempted me with your words. Should we team up to hunt Zero Wing's members? I'll pass. I heard that while Zero Wing might not have many members, every one of them possesses extraordinary strength. Even the weakest among them is a first-rate expert. Rather than hunt Zero Wing's members, I'd be giving them equipment instead. When Shi Feng overheard the independent players' discussion, he couldn't help but chuckle. World Dominator's sure is ruthless. To think it would go as far as to use a god legacy as a bounty. Even I'm feeling a little tempted by this offer. The generosity of this point system should also allow hardworking ordinary experts to exchange for a fragmented legendary item. Setting aside the god legacy, just the fragmented legendary items being offered were already more than enough to tempt most players into action. After all, a fragmented legendary item could grant players a massive boost to their combat power, much greater than what the standardized ancient mana equipment sets could provide. Even now, Shi Feng only had one fragmented legendary item in his possession, while most first-rate guilds didn't even have 30 fragmented legendary items. Yet now, World Dominators was offering over a dozen fragmented legendary items as a reward for its kill order. When Shi Feng arrived in front of the Candlelight Hotel, he received an urgent call from Blackie. "Guild leader, have you received the news yet? World Dominators has placed a kill order on us." Now, practically every player and power in the miniature ancient world is talking about this matter. I've even received news saying that some superpowers experts are considering World Dominators' offer. Blackie said anxiously, "Many of our members have already asked to withdraw from the guild because of World Dominators' kill order. Moreover, I'm afraid it will be incredibly difficult for us to go out and grind in the future. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website, My Novel Full. Come, thanks." A super guild's kill order. This was the first time Blackie had ever experienced such a situation. In the past, whenever he learned of super guilds placing a kill order on someone, he would simply think of it as an entertaining piece of news. However, now that he was the target of one of these kill orders, he couldn't find it entertaining in the slightest. He also understood what it felt like to be subjected to a super guild's kill order. As soon as this kill order appeared, he felt that the whole world had become his enemies. Some of Zero Wing's members were even selling information on their fellow guildmates. Since Blackie was an executive of Zero Wing, his head was worth 1,000 points. If others killed him 5,000 times, they'd have enough points to redeem a fragmented legendary item from World Dominators. If they killed him 20,000 times, they'd had enough to exchange for a god legacy. 20,000 times. That'd be enough deaths to last him for 10 years. "I've heard about it already," Shi Feng said, chuckling as he looked at Blackie's anxious expression. "It's nothing big. Since World Dominators wants to play, we'll play with them." He had experienced this situation many times during his previous life, so he had long since grown used to it. Adding one more experience to the list wouldn't faze him in the slightest. "I want to do that too, guild leader, but we're dead-ass broke. We don't have anything we can offer as a reward," Blackie said with a bitter smile. In addition to a god legacy, World Dominators had also offered over a dozen fragmented legendary items as a reward. These were all items that even Apex experts sought to obtain, let alone ordinary experts. The only thing of roughly equal value Zero Wing could offer was the standardized ancient mana equipment sets. However, if they recklessly gave these items away, it might backfire on them instead. How is the sale of the epic weapons and equipment coming along? Shi Feng asked. It's going along smoothly," Blackie said excitedly. "You have no idea how popular epic weapons and equipment are on the market right now, guild leader. Everything that appears in the auction house will get bought out almost immediately. Although we've sold only 70% of our epic equipment, we've already made 830,000 gold and 26 million magic crystals. That much." Shi Feng was a little flabbergasted. He finally understood Lan Hailong had swallowed his pride to come knocking on his door asking for those epic weapons and equipment. Lon Hailong had even gone as far as to ask to buy those items back. Because of the various powers' fervent attempt to secure a foothold in the miniature ancient world, the value of epic weapons and equipment here had soared even further. Now, it would seem that demand for these items far surpassed supply. Originally, Shi Feng thought that they could, at most, make 2 million gold from the sales of Shadow's epic weapons and equipment. Yet, even though they had only sold 70% of their haul thus far, they've already made over 2 million gold in profit. Even for a first-rate guild, a sum of 830,000 gold and 26 million magic crystals was a significant amount of wealth. It should be known that Zero Wing's transaction with Mysterious Moon only amounted to 160,000 gold and 400,000 magic crystals. Moreover, the equipment Zero Wing sold to Mysterious Moon came in 8-piece sets. 40 sets in total meant 320 pieces of equipment. Even though there was only a small difference in number, the difference in actual value was massive. If we convert all of these coins and magic crystals into mana equipment sets, we might have a chance at fighting against world dominators, Blackie said, his worries lessening significantly when he recalled how many coins and magic crystals Zero Wing had earned. No, it's too much of a waste to convert everything into mana equipment sets. I have a much better use for these resources, Shi Feng said, shaking his head. Come over to the Candlelight Hotel quickly. I'll take you to a good place. TL notes. The part where World Dominators is offering a god legacy and over a dozen fragmented legendary items is very absurd and contradictory to what we've known thus far about the miniature ancient world. So I assume that these rewards will be given out on the main continent instead of in the miniature ancient world. Most experts are entering the miniature ancient world for an opportunity to reach higher tiers, and fragmented legendary items are essentially opportunities for players who weren't executives of superpowers or first-rate powers. If they can get a fragmented legendary item or a god legacy reserved to their name on the main continent, they probably wouldn't mind starting over a new character on the main continent. There is also the option of helping others on the main continent acquire these opportunities in exchange for real-world benefits, S-rank, nutrient fluid, life potion, etc. A little spoiler, but World Dominators is even going to add a legendary item in its list of rewards later on. Unless legendary items have suddenly become worthless, I doubt anyone can acquire a legendary item in the first few weeks of the Miniature Ancient World's launch. 1. How is the sale of the epic weapons and equipment coming along? Shi Feng asked. Shi Feng mentioned in Chapter 127 that they would only be selling the epic equipment, but the author wrote epic weapons and equipment in this chapter. I'm assuming he forgot, or he just typed weapons out of habit, but I'll leave it as such unless a future chapter proves this otherwise. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 131, Zero Wings Guild Residence. Chapter 131, Zero Wings Guild Residence, 100 Flow City, Candlelight Hotel. At Shi Feng's command, Blackie promptly used a return scroll to teleport back to 100 Flow City. Then, he hurried his way back to the Candlelight Hotel, not daring to delay for even a moment. After entering the hotel, Blackie followed Shi Feng to the secret room located in the hotel's basement. Then, after entering the secret room and making sure that nobody else was around, he finally couldn't hold back his curiosity any longer as he asked, "Why did you call me back so urgently, guild leader? Where are we heading to?" "To a city. You'll know once we arrive," Shi Feng said as he took out a guild transfer scroll from his bag. Then he handed the scroll to Blackie and continued, "Take this and use it." A guild transfer scroll. Blackie's eyes widened in shock when he saw the magic scroll Shi Feng offered him. "Guild leader, we have a guild residence now." A guild transfer scroll was similar to a return scroll. However, instead of teleporting players to a city's teleportation hall, It teleported players to the guild residence linked to it instead. The transfer scrolls could also only be used by the members of the guild that produced them. Since Shurfeng was giving him a transfer scroll, it meant that Zero Wing now possessed its own guild residence. MHM. We did acquire one some time ago, but I kept it a secret from you guys because of reasons, Shurfeng said, nodding. Then he took out another transfer scroll for himself and said, "All right, let's quickly head over. I have many things I need you to do once we head over there." "Okay." Upon hearing Shurfeng's words, Blackie promptly activated his transfer scroll. A guild residence was something that almost every guild player would have come across. Any guild with sufficient strength would have their own guild residence. Or, more specifically, only after gaining a guild residence would a guild be recognized as such officially. Meanwhile, a guild residence granted many benefits to a guild's members, and it was of significant help to the development of a guild. When Blackie opened his eyes again, he found that he had arrived inside an ancient-looking city. Many of the buildings in the city also looked somewhat dilapidated. This mana, it's so dense. Shortly after arriving in the Abyssal Star ancient city, Blackie quickly realized its uniqueness. Then, when he focused on perceiving his surrounding environment, he couldn't help but grow even more shocked. Not only is the mana here much denser than Hundred Flow cities, but its purification properties are also many times greater. Before meeting up with Shurfeng, Blackie had been grinding in the New Moon Forest, and his body had accumulated a significant amount of foreign energy as a result. Normally, if he rested in Hundred Flow City or any other NPC city, he would have needed an hour to get rid of this amount of foreign energy. However, upon arriving in the Abyssal Star ancient city, he discovered that the rate at which the foreign energy in his body disappeared had increased drastically. 10 minutes. At most, it would take 10 minutes for all of the foreign energy in his body to disappear. The purification rate here was several times faster than any NPC city. However, this wasn't the end of Blackie's surprise. A moment later, he quickly discovered an even more surprising matter. The map. According to his system map, the recommended level for his current area was level 115 to level 120 in the current miniature ancient world. This was a map that no player could grind in. Moreover, Misty Canyon that the city was located in was only one map away from the Boundary River. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website, My Novel Full. Thanks. Noticing the dumbfounded look on Blackie's face, Shurfeng smiled and asked, "How is it? Not a bad place, right?" Blackie couldn't help but be rendered speechless when he heard Shurfeng's words. This bastard was blatantly showing off. How was this just not bad? The value of this place was off the charts. Zero Wing would have a humongous advantage over the other powers if it had access to this city. Setting aside the city's excellent geographical location, just the city's purification ability was already more than enough to put it above any NPC city in the miniature ancient world. If Zero Wings members could use this city as their base of operations, their leveling speed would be twice as fast as other players at the very minimum. Not to mention, the city itself was surrounded by level 115 plus monsters. It wouldn't take more than a few minutes of travel for players to reach a grinding spot. In comparison, players operating from Hundred Flow City would need to travel several hours before they could reach a suitable grinding spot. While Shurfeng was giving Blackie a general introduction of the Abyssal Star ancient city, a lithe figure suddenly appeared before them. Meanwhile, this lithe figure was none other than Hidden Soul. "How is recruitment coming along on your side?" Shurfeng asked when he saw Hidden Soul suddenly appearing before him. The main reason Shurfeng had left Abyssal Star City under Hidden Soul's control was to get her to recruit mercenary players for him. Then, they would use these mercenaries to rapidly develop and defend the city. I've recruited a batch already, Hidden Soul said. Then, sighing through her mask, she continued, but I'm afraid it'll be tough to convince the remainder. At the very least, it's unlikely that they will join right now. Are they not interested in the city? Shifeng asked curiously. He found it hard to believe that any expert could resist the Abyssal Star Ancient City's temptation. It's not that they're not interested. It's just that they don't believe me, Hidden Soul said with a bitter smile. However, considering that none of them are willing to join or sign a confidentiality contract, it's too big of a risk to reveal anything to them. The Abyssal Star Ancient City was too magical. It was especially so for the ancient tower in the middle of the city. It was essentially a holy land for players to learn the operating principles of mana. They'd be inviting disaster for themselves if they recklessly revealed the ancient tower's secrets to others without having the necessary strength to protect it. Hence, while trying to recruit her acquaintances, she would only vaguely say that the city was an excellent place to improve one's combat standards. Only after these people had agreed to join and signed a confidentiality contract would she share the tower's secrets with them. After thinking it over, Shifeng asked, "How many people are we talking about? What are their standards?" Hidden Soul raised a finger in response. 10 or 100? Shifeng asked in confusion. Hidden Soul rolled her eyes when she heard Shifeng's question. Then, in a contemptuous tone, she said, "It's 1,000 out of these 1,000 players. Even the weakest is a half-step refinement realm expert, and over half of them are refinement realm experts or above. There are also over 20 void realm experts and 4 domain realm experts." "That many? How did you find all these people?" Shifeng was honestly shocked when he heard Hidden Soul's answer. Originally, Shifeng thought that Hidden Soul could, at most, recruit a dozen or so void realm experts. Then, they could get these void realm experts to introduce their acquaintances to join the Mercenary Alliance. The best-case scenario would be that they managed to recruit a few hundred experts before the city's opening. In the current state of the miniature ancient world, this could already be considered a relatively sizable force. Meanwhile, Blackie couldn't help but be dumbfounded by Hidden Soul's words. Over 500 refinement realm experts. Even first-rate guilds couldn't field so many refinement realm experts. In the miniature ancient world, this was a force that only the various superpowers could take out. "Don't ask," Hidden Soul said, as she looked at Shifeng. "The only thing I can say is that if I can open this place for others to visit, I'll be able to recruit even more experts. However, if I have to operate without exposing this city's existence, it'd be difficult for the Mercenary Alliance to take shape in just 10 days. Seeing the anxious look on Hidden Soul's face, Shifeng chuckled and said, "Don't worry. You can start sharing some of Abyssal Star City's information with those people from today onwards. Aren't you worried that the various superpowers will surround this place once it gets exposed?" Hidden Soul asked as she looked at Shifeng in surprise. If the Abyssal Star Ancient City's secrets got out, she did not doubt that the various superpowers would band together to attack this place. Meanwhile, with the city's current defenses, the city would fall instantly. TL notes, 1 magic scroll. I'm not going to capitalize magic scroll anymore unless it has a modifier attached to it. T3 magic scroll, etc. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 132, Abyssal Star Ancient City's Strength. Chapter 132, Abyssal Star Ancient City's Strength. That was before. Seeing the astonished look on Hidden Soul's face, Shifeng confidently said, "No one will be able to threaten Abyssal Star City from today onward, at least not until Tier 4 players appear. Normally, it would become possible for players to breach a guild city after reaching Tier 3. This was because the NPC guards a guild city could recruit were at Tier 3 on average. Their levels would also be 10 to 20 levels above the player set as the settlement's administrator. Moreover, guild cities were limited to the number of NPC soldiers they could recruit. In the miniature ancient world, the standard advanced city would only have a force of 4,000 NPC guards defending it. In other words, an advanced guild city could, at most, recruit 4,000 NPCs to defend it. It was true that NPCs were stronger than players on average. NPCs would typically have more skills and spells than players of the same tier. It was also much cheaper and easier to fully equip NPC guards and epic items. Thus, even refinement realm experts would have difficulty fighting against an NPC of the same tier. Meanwhile, a force of 4,000 Tier 3 NPCs was more than enough to crush the siege of any superpower. However, faced against the siege of multiple superpowers, a force of 4,000 Tier 3 NPCs would crumble quickly. After all, unlike players, it was much more difficult for NPCs to get resurrected. Hence, in the era of Tier 3, the various superpowers could easily take down an advanced city so long as they worked together. However, that was no longer the case for the Abyssal Star Ancient City. Shifeng had money now. As a city of the second sequence, Abyssal Star City had a massive advantage over normal cities when it came to recruiting NPCs. So long as one had the money, one could recruit powerful NPC guards to defend the city. It was similar to the NPC merchants visiting Abyssal Star City. In only a few days, many NPC merchants had already gathered in Abyssal Star City and rented many of the shops in the city. Are you really sure about this? Hidden Soul asked. When she looked at Shifeng's confident look, it didn't seem like he was lying to her. Go ahead and do it. Just make sure to keep Zero Wing's connection with the city a secret. Shifeng said, chuckling. These are your words. Don't say I didn't warn you when you lose this city. After saying so, Hidden Soul promptly logged out of the game, evidently delighted by Shifeng's proposal. She could already imagine how her acquaintances would react once they found out about Abyssal Star City's effects. Those people would most likely beg her to let them join the Mercenary Alliance. After reaching Tier 5, players would need to meet 2 requirements that involved mana if they wished to reach Tier 6. The first requirement was to master the basic principles of mana, while the second requirement was to master the advanced usage of mana. Unfortunately, even if players managed to find a holy land with incredibly dense mana, it'd still be nigh impossible to achieve these 2 requirements. The difficulty of doing so was simply far too great for most Tier 5 players. However, it was a different story for the Ancient Tower. The Ancient Tower's ability to filter out all but one type of mana would simplify the process of perceiving, understanding, and learning how to use mana significantly. Hence, players would have a much higher chance at fulfilling the requirements to reach Tier 6 in the Abyssal Star Ancient City's Ancient Tower compared to a Holy Land. Moreover, these were only the effects of the Ancient Tower's first floor. Along with the Abyssal Star Ancient City's development, the Ancient Tower's second and third floors would also open up. At that time, even more powerful effects would become available. Hence, in a situation where combat standard requirements were met, the Ancient Tower would become a crucial component for Tier 5 players seeking to reach Tier 6 in the miniature ancient world. What a hurry she's in. Shifeng couldn't help but shake his head and laugh when he saw Hidden Soul logging out of the game. Then he looked toward Blackie and said, "Let's go. It's time we begin our business." What business? Blackie asked in confusion. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website, My Novel Full. Come, thanks. I asked you here to help me with 2 things. While walking toward the City Lord's mansion located in the center of the city, Shifeng explained, "Your first job is to help me organize the recruitment information in the City Lord's mansion. Your second job is to make an announcement to the entire miniature ancient world in Zero Wing's name. Make an announcement to the entire miniature ancient world." Blackie grew even more dumbfounded. Making global announcements was a job Blackie was familiar with. This was because he had been responsible for making these announcements back in Shadow. But why was Shifeng asking him to make an announcement in Zero Wing's name? "We're here. Get to doing your first job for now," Shifeng said as he pointed at the majestic City Lord's manor. "You can deal with the second job once you're done with the first one. Leave it to me, guild leader. I'll get the recruitment information sorted out by today," Blackie said confidently as he looked at the crowded City Lord's manor. "It's not going to be an easy job," Shifeng said, chuckling when he saw Blackie's confident look. "We'll need to check every applicant's attribute panel before registering their information. We'd be lucky if we can get everything done by today." The number of NPCs applying for a guard position in Abyssal Star City was massive. If they wanted to recruit a reliable force of NPC guards, they'd have to carefully look through every applicant's attribute panel before deciding whether to recruit the NPCs. Afterward, Shifeng and Blackie began inspecting the NPCs gathered in the City Lord's manor, one after another. Even though Blackie had done a lot of this kind of work in the past, he still couldn't help but be shocked when he saw the huge assortment of NPC applicants. The strength of the NPCs ranged all the way from Tier 4 on the highest end to Tier 1 on the lowest end. However, the growth potential of these NPCs also varied significantly. Many of the Tier 1 NPC applicants had great potential, and they should have no trouble reaching Tier 4 in the future. On the other hand, the Tier 3 NPC applicants might have greater strength right now, but most of them had average potential, and there was almost no chance that they could reach Tier 4 in the future. When inspecting these NPCs, Shifeng chose to recruit the Tier 4 NPCs they came across without hesitation. It didn't matter even if they asked for a weekly salary of 300 gold, which was 10 times higher than what the Tier 3 NPCs asked for. After inspecting the applicants for 6 hours continuously, Shifeng and Blackie ended up recruiting 237 Tier 4 NPCs that ranged from level 120 to level 125. Although it cost 71,100 gold just to hire these Tier 4 NPCs for a week, it was a worthwhile investment for the current Abyssal Star City. Every Tier 4 NPC could kill a Tier 3 peak expert with little effort. Meanwhile, a force of 237 Tier 4 NPCs was enough to cover the entire city. Aside from Tier 4 NPCs, they also decided to hire every Tier 3 NPC with great potential. Each of these NPCs cost 30 gold per week to hire, and they ended up recruiting 2,419 of such NPCs for a total of 72,570 gold per week. The total hiring cost of the Tier 3 NPCs was almost similar to that of the Tier 4 NPCs, but their numbers were 10 times greater than the Tier 4 NPCs. While these Tier 3 NPCs might not be as strong as the Tier 4 NPCs, they would become an integral part of the city's management. After all, there was no way a few hundred Tier 4 NPCs could safeguard every corner of the city at all times. However, compared to the cost of gearing up these NPCs, the cost of hiring these NPCs paled in comparison. It cost 800 gold to fully equip an NPC in level 150 epic weapons and equipment. While this price seemed cheap compared to purchasing epic weapons and equipment for players, Blackie's heart bled when he saw this price. After all, if they wanted to fully equip every NPC guard with level 150 epic weapons and equipment, they'd have to spend over 2 million gold. That simply wasn't an expenditure Zero Wing could afford at this time. With Zero Wing's current finances, the best they could do was equip the Tier 4 NPCs with epic weapons and equipment, while the Tier 3 NPCs would have to settle for level 120 dark gold weapons and equipment that cost 100 gold per set. Even so, the total expenditure of hiring and gearing the NPCs still racked up to 575,170 gold. Moreover, this was only the initial stage of the city's expenditure. If Zero Wing couldn't find a way to earn a large sum of coins, it wouldn't take more than a month for Zero Wing to go bankrupt. While Blackie was feeling gloomy over parting with a quarter of the money he had earned recently, Shifeng suddenly received a call from Shifeng. Guild leader, someone came to the Candlelight Hotel and specified that they want to meet you, Su Qianlu said after seeing Shifeng's face appearing in the video call. They say they want to discuss a partnership with Zero Wing. Partnership? Shifeng was a little surprised by this situation. Who are they? After taking a deep breath, Su Qianlu said, "Which is Sin? If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 133, Tier 6 Saint. Chapter 133, Tier 6 Saint Witch's Sin. This was a name that almost every guild in God's domain knew about. Compared to the other first-rate guilds, Witch's Sin was the closest to becoming a super first-rate guild in God's domain. Not only did it have 2 Tier 6 God-ranked experts, but it also had at least 25 publicly known Tier 5 experts under its command. It was an existence that no power in God's domain could afford to underestimate. However, what concerned Su Qianlu right now wasn't that a pseudo-superpower was seeking to partner with Zero Wing. Instead, what concerned her was the fact that Witch's Sin was an affiliated guild under world dominators. In a situation where world dominators had put a kill order on Zero Wing, there was no way Su Qianlu wouldn't doubt Witch's Sin's goals. How many people did Witch's Sin send over? Shifeng asked. 2 people, an old man and a girl. The old man is the Witch's Sin's source of darkness, Lu Wuxing, Su Qianlu answered, her voice taking on a reverential tone when she spoke about Lu Wuxing. Lu Wuxing was a magical class player, and he was akin to a living legend for magical class players. This was because Lu Wuxing had fought a Tier 6 God-ranked expert to a standstill despite being only at Tier 5. The astonishing battleback then had destroyed nearly 1/3 of a kingdom. Although Lu Wuxing didn't win the fight, the God-ranked expert fighting him didn't win either. The achievement of fighting a Tier 6 God-ranked expert to a standstill as a Tier 5 player was something only a few players could accomplish. Hence, after that battle, Lu Wuxing became a role model for many elementalists. "All right, I'll head back now," Shifeng said, nodding as he hung up the call. "Are you really going to meet them now, guild leader?" Blackie asked, confused by Shifeng's decision. Witch's Sin might be visiting for a partnership, but the Abyssal Star ancient city was much more important than Witch's Sin. The sooner they finished filling up the city's NPC guard slots, the sooner they could ensure the city's safety. Meanwhile, ensuring the city's safety was especially important now that Shifeng had given Hidden Soul the green light to share the city's information. Of course, Witch's Sin isn't as simple as everyone thinks, Shifeng said, chuckling. Then, without offering an explanation, he activated his return scroll and teleported back to 100 Flow City. Most people still weren't aware how powerful Witch's Sin was exactly in this life. Most people might regard Witch's Sin as a pseudo-superpower, but if they were speaking in terms of strength, Witch's Sin could already be considered a bona fide superpower. Moreover, Witch's Sin had also kept a frightening individual hidden from the public. The Witch of Crime and Punishment, Smooth Life. During Shifeng's previous life, almost nobody knew that Witch's Sin had kept a Tier 6 mage god hidden under its grasp. Only after the Greater God's Domain's various powers invaded their God's Domain did Witch's Sin reveal this mage god of theirs. Though, rather than a mage god, it'd be more appropriate to address Smooth Life as a Tier 6 saint instead. In addition to becoming a God-ranked expert, Smooth Life had also successfully reached the extremes of a world law. Meanwhile, during her debut fight, Smooth Life had single-handedly killed 7 Tier 6 God-ranked. After that battle, Smooth Life instantly rose to fame in both their God's Domain and the Greater God's Domain. Upon reaching Tier 6, The difference between players would become very small. So, it was astounding that Smooth Life managed to go up against 7 God-ranked experts simultaneously and kill every one of them. Even in the greater gods domain, few Tier 6 God-ranked experts possessed such heaven-defying combat power. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website, My Novel Full. Thanks. Hence, now that Witch's Sin was taking the initiative to ask for partnership with Zero Wing, Shifeng naturally couldn't turn down the offer without at least finding out what Witch's Sin wanted. After all, a Tier 6 saint would be of significant help once the outer world powers invaded their god's domain. 100 Flow City, Candlelight Hotel. After Lu Wuxing and Blue Sheath had waited for around 20 minutes, Shifeng finally walked into the lounge they were waiting in. "Hello, Mr. Black Flame. I am Lu Wuxing, Witch's Sin's great elder," Lu Wuxing said, taking the initiative to greet Shifeng. "The person next to me is Blue Sheath, one of Witch's Sin's vice guild leaders." "Hello." Shifeng returned the greeting while scanning the 2 people before him. "May I know what partnership you seek to discuss with me?" "I see that you are a very straightforward person, Mr. Black Flame," Lu Wuxing commented, as he caressed his beard. "In that case, I'll just get to the point. Blue Sheath and I have come here for one purpose only, to make a deal with you." Chuckling, Shifeng asked, "What kind of deal?" "The ancient mana equipment set," Lu Wuxing said, excitement flashing in his eyes. "I have already looked into Mysterious Moon's situation. The reason Mysterious Moon can produce so many experts with near Tier 4 strength is entirely because of the ancient mana equipment sets you provided them." Initially, Lu Wuxing had been confused about why world dominators had chosen to avoid a frontal confrontation with Mysterious Moon. However, after investigating Mysterious Moon and learning about the ancient mana equipment sets, he understood why world dominators had made such a decision. "Yes, I did supply those things to Mysterious Moon," Shifeng said, not bothering to deny Lu Wuxing's claims. Anyone intent on investigating Mysterious Moon's ancient mana equipment sets could easily find out the set's origin, so there was no point in hiding this information. "We wish to buy those ancient mana equipment sets as well," Lu Wuxing said, smiling when he saw Shifeng acknowledging his claim. "We are willing to pay twice as much as Mysterious Moon. Moreover, we will also sign a contract stating that we will not use these sets against Zero Wing under any circumstances." Lu Wuxing greatly desired the ancient mana equipment sets. So long as Witch's Sin could acquire 40 of these sets like Mysterious Moon, it could afford to come into the spotlight and get everyone to acknowledge it as a superpower. "Your offer is very tempting, Mr. Lu. However, Zero Wing no longer intends on selling these ancient mana equipment sets, so I'm afraid I will have to refuse your offer," Shifeng said, shaking his head. "If 2 times is not enough, Witch's Sin can offer you 3 times. Lu Wuxing hurriedly said when he heard Shifeng's words. "The price isn't the problem, Mr. Lu," Shifeng said. "I've already said that Zero Wing will not sell those sets. However, if you really wish to partner with Zero Wing, I can offer Witch's Sin another option." "What option?" Lu Wuxing asked out of curiosity. "Join Zero Wing's mercenary alliance and cooperate with Zero Wing in dealing with world dominators," Shifeng stated. Upon hearing Shifeng's suggestion, the corners of Lu Wuxing's mouth lifted slightly. Then he shook his head and said, "It's not that I doubt your strength, Mr. Black Flame, but there is no way you can win against world dominators. There is no benefit for Witch's Sin to do so, either. You need to know that Witch's Sin is an affiliated guild of world dominators." Shifeng wasn't surprised to hear Lu Wuxing rejecting his offer. Smiling, he asked, "What if I give you and Witch's Sin's many Apex experts a significant chance at reaching Tier 6? If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 134, Basis of Partnership. Chapter 134, Basis of Partnership, a significant chance at reaching Tier 6. Lu Wuxing asked out of curiosity, his eyes widening a little when he heard Shifeng's words. I am not trying to doubt your abilities, Mr. Black Flame, but getting promoted to Tier 6 isn't something that can be accomplished with words alone. Even if I obtain a god legacy, my chances of reaching Tier 6 will only increase by a small margin. Reaching Tier 6 was the dream of all Tier 5 experts in God's domain. However, only an extremely small minority could achieve this dream. Meanwhile, the closer one got to Tier 6, the more they would realize just how challenging it was to reach Tier 6. The difficulty was so high that most people would despair when they learned of it. Upon hearing Shifeng's words, Blue Sheath similarly couldn't help but grow interested. Although she was nowhere near meeting the requirements to reach Tier 6 right now, if there was a way to increase her chances of reaching it, she naturally had to secure it as early as possible. Since I dare say so, I naturally have the ability to make it come true, Mr. Lu, Shifeng said with a faint smile. Moreover, shouldn't we only discuss these things after becoming partners? Yes, you're right, Mr. Black Flame, Lu Wuxing hurriedly said, realizing the blunder he made. He had accidentally revealed his true thoughts in front of Shifeng. Then, after calming himself, he continued, but if you talk about entering a partnership, shouldn't you show some sincerity first, Mr. Black Flame? After all, Witch's Sin is affiliated with world dominators. Without sufficient reason, how would we dare betray world dominators? Shifeng's smile deepened when he heard Lu Wuxing's suggestion. Then he said, what you say is correct, Mr. Lu. It will indeed be difficult for you to decide to go against a super guild without sufficient benefits. Thank you for your understanding, Mr. Black Flame, Lu Wuxing said while caressing his beard. You might think that World Dominators isn't much for a super guild after seeing it lose to Mysterious Moon, but I can assure you that World Dominators is not as simple as it seems. If World Dominators wants to, it can destroy Mysterious Moon effortlessly. Even if Mysterious Moon has 40 primordial mana equipment sets, it will never be able to defend the Dark Moon outpost. However, Shifeng simply chuckled in response to Lu Wuxing's reminder. Nobody had a better understanding of the various superpowers and super guilds than him in this world. If he said he was number 2 when it came to such knowledge, nobody could say they were number 1. Meanwhile, as a veteran super guild, the strength and depth of world dominators were not things someone like Lu Wuxing could uncover. It was also why Shifeng had chosen to partner with Witch's Sin and form a mercenary alliance. Every guild that managed to become a super guild did not possess just powerful experts. Besides that, super guilds also had the ability to acquire strategic tools. Meanwhile, among these strategic tools, many originated from ancient times, and some even originated from primordial times. For most experts in God's domain, these strategic tools were completely out of their reach. They'd have to have heaven-defying luck to get their hands on even one of these items. However, for a super guild with countless experts, they could acquire these tools much more easily and reliably. Meanwhile, if a super guild decided to use one of these items, they could easily destroy an entire kingdom. This was exactly what had happened during Shifeng's previous life, when their god's domain connected with the greater god's domain, and the various outer world powers invaded. Many super guilds used these strategic items to stall the various outer world powers' advance. Many of these tools even allowed players to transcend tiers. The only problem was that these tools were consumables. Unless absolutely necessary, the various super guilds would use these tools. However, unlike what Shifeng was thinking, Lu Wuxing interpreted Shifeng's laugh differently. Contempt. From how Lu Wuxing looked at it, Shifeng was treating the world dominators he mentioned with contempt. Ignorant of Lu Wuxing's thoughts, Shifeng asked, May I know if you have time to spare right now, Mr. Lu? We don't have anything going on for the moment, Lu Wuxing said, feeling a little confused by Shifeng's question. Even if we do have something to do, its importance can't compare to negotiating a partnership with you, Mr. Black Flame. In that case, I wish to invite you to come to a place with me, Mr. Lu. Once we reach there, I will let you know that witches Sin will not lose out in partnering with Zero Wing, Shifeng said, chuckling. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website, My Novel Full. Thanks. Lu Wusheng naturally did not object to Shifeng's suggestion. He was rather curious why Shifeng was so confident witches Sin would be willing to join Zero Wing in opposing world dominators. Afterward, Lu Wuxing and Blue Sheath secretly followed Shifeng out of Hundred Flow City. After arriving inside a forest several kilometers away from Hundred Flow City, Shifeng took out a summoning flute and summoned his Thunder Wolf. Upon seeing the Thunder Wolf, Lu Wuxing and Blue Sheath couldn't help but be surprised. What a powerful mount! The strength of this mount already surpasses the average Great Lord. Blue Sheath exclaimed in the party chat. She promptly deduced the standard of the Thunder Wolf's strength with just a glance, and she couldn't help but look at the mount in admiration. It's a pity that there's still no clear way to obtain mounts in the miniature ancient world. If I can get a mount like this, my leveling speed will easily double. It seems Black Flame's foundations in the miniature ancient world aren't as simple as I thought. No wonder he managed to convince Mysterious Moon to go against world dominators. Lu Wuxing said, his evaluation of Shifeng increasing even further. Having a Great Lord as a mount might not seem special on the main continent, but this was a feat that even super guilds couldn't necessarily accomplish in the miniature ancient world. Get on. We have a long road ahead of us. If you have any business to take care of, it's best if you make the necessary arrangements now, Shifeng reminded after hopping onto the Thunder Wolf's back. However, Lu Wuxing and Blue Sheath simply smiled when they heard Shifeng's reminder. How far could they possibly travel? A Great Lord level mount's speed was several times higher than players. With the Thunder Wolf's speed, it could easily reach any level 110 leveling spot around Hundred Flow City within 2 hours. However, after riding on the Thunder Wolf for some time, Lu Wuxing and Blue Sheath quickly realized that they were sorely mistaken. Not only did Shifeng cross level 110 maps, but he had even crossed level 115 maps. After advancing nonstop for 8 hours, they arrived at the Misty Canyon, a level 120 map that was essentially a forbidden area for current players. Meanwhile, after arriving in the Misty Canyon, Lu Wuxing and Blue Sheath saw something that blew their minds. A city. There was a city situated deep within the Misty Canyon. Moreover, many NPC merchants traveled in and out of the city's entrance. The NPC traffic here was only slightly inferior to the average NPC city. When Lu Wuxing saw this prosperous city, a frightening thought suddenly appeared in his mind. Unable to help his curiosity, he turned to Shifeng and asked, Mr. Black Flame, don't tell me this city is. Upon hearing Lu Wuxing's trembling voice, Shifeng smiled and said, You've guessed correctly. Zero Wing is the owner of this abyssal star ancient city. TL notes, just a FYI. The term superpower refers to all organizations that are on the level of a superpower. It isn't limited to just guilds, super first-rate guilds, and super guilds. So, adventurer teams, mercenary organizations, and whatever organization the author decides to come up with in the future can also fall under the category of superpowers. March 25th, 2022, made a change to Chapter 79, Twin-Headed Destruction Snake, Ancient Demonic Beast, Mythic - Twin-Headed Destruction Snake, Primordial Demonic Beast, Mythic. March 25th, 2022, further changes. Ancient Demon Court Dash, Primordial Demon Court, Ancient Demon Dash, Primordial Demon Ancient Mana Equipment Set Dash, Primordial Mana Equipment Set Abyssal Star Ancient City Dash, Abyssal Star Primordial City Ancient Dark Gold Mount Dash, Primordial Dark Gold Mount Ancient Tower Dash, Primordial Tower Ancient Era, certain instances only Dash, Primordial Era if you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 135, Holy Land That Surpasses All. Chapter 135, Holy Land That Surpasses All. Upon hearing Shifeng's admission, Lu Wuxing and Blue Sheath couldn't help but be dumbfounded. How can there be a guild city so close to the Boundary Mountain Range? This shouldn't be possible. Blue Sheath couldn't help but deny reality as she looked at Abyssal Star City. On the main continent, guild towns and guild cities had long since become things that were commonly seen. There even existed quite a few guild holy cities. However, the miniature ancient world had only appeared recently. Yet, while the various powers were fighting tooth for nail to gain the privilege of controlling the various mana outposts temporarily, Zero Wing had already acquired itself a guild city. Moreover, this guild city was located right next to the Boundary Mountain Range, the neutral zone that everyone was trying to secure a foothold in. When Blue Sheath thought about the advantage Zero Wing would have over the various powers, she couldn't help but get goosebumps. Is this the reason for your confidence, Mr. Black Flame? Lu Wuxing couldn't help but ask Shifeng while looking at Abyssal Star City. Zero Wing would have an overwhelming advantage over the other powers in God's domain, with the Abyssal Star Primordial City in its possession. Naturally, Mysterious Moon, Zero Wing's partner, would also gain a significant advantage over the other powers in entering the neutral zone. Meanwhile, with this advantage, Mysterious Moon could abandon its reliance on the main continent completely. So long as Mysterious Moon could secure a stable foothold in the miniature ancient world's neutral zone, it would be able to obtain much more significant profits than before. In fact, many superpowers would desperately try to partner with Mysterious Moon in the future. At that time, world dominators would have difficulty even pressuring Mysterious Moon, let alone dealing with Zero Wing. This city, Shifeng couldn't help but shake his head and laugh when he heard Lu Wuxing's question. This city isn't the reason for my confidence. Also, I've already stated before that so long as Witchison partners with Zero Wing, I will give Witchison's Tier 5 experts a significantly greater chance at reaching Tier 6. This isn't all you have to show us. Blue Sheath couldn't help but doubt Shifeng's words. If news spread that a guild city had appeared next to the Boundary Mountain Range, it would definitely send shockwaves throughout the entire God's domain. Compared to this piece of news, Shifeng's so-called greater chance at reaching Tier 6 paled significantly. It was commonly known that opportunities that could increase a Tier 5 player's chances at reaching Tier 6 were, at best, a God legacy or something of roughly equivalent standard. However, even a God legacy could only increase a Tier 5 player's promotion success rate by 10%, while most other fortuitous opportunities couldn't even provide a 10% increase. In Blue Sheath's opinion, the fortuitous opportunity Shifeng hinted at was most likely the attack he had used to annihilate Shadow's experts in the New Moon Forest. After all, according to Lu Wuxing, the attack was a product of a saint-level mana technique. A mana technique of such caliber naturally could offer players a certain degree of help reaching Tier 6. Moreover, this help would come in a significant amount. At the very least, it would be much better than the average Tier 6 legacy guidance. However, even a saint-level mana technique would pale significantly compared to an actual God legacy. You'll find out once we head inside. Shifeng did not bother explaining himself. Instead, he rode the Thunder Wolf into the city. At this time, Abyssal Star City's security had improved drastically thanks to the many NPC guards the city recruited. As a result, The number of NPCs visiting the city had also skyrocketed. When Shi Feng's group made their way down the main street, they could see merchant caravans parked along the entire street while selling their wares. Meanwhile, the quantity and quality of the items these NPC merchants sold far surpassed the NPC merchants found in NPC cities. Some NPC merchants were even selling epic weapons and equipment, Tier 3 magic scrolls, and Tier 3 skill and spell books, things that normally weren't sold in NPC cities. However, compared to the NPC merchants, what surprised Lu Wuxing and Blue Sheath even more was the mana density and the purification rate in Abyssal Star City. Both of these factors were directly related to the leveling speed of players. Meanwhile, with Abyssal Star City's superior mana environment and purification rate, players operating from this city would have a significant advantage when entering the neutral zone inside the Boundary Mountain range. After all, players would have to fully unlock their mana body before reaching Tier 4. Meanwhile, a place with high mana density would benefit players seeking to unlock their mana body's potential. After arriving before the Primordial Tower in the middle of the city, Shi Feng hopped off the Thunderwolf and looked at his two passengers, saying, "We're here. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website, My Novel Full. Thanks." An ancient tower? Lu Wuxing couldn't help but grow confused as he looked at the majestic tower before him. Ancient civilizations indeed possessed many powerful constructions that could aid players in their development. However, the assistance these constructions could provide was only limited to players below Tier 5. After reaching Tier 5, the help players could receive from an ancient civilization's legacy was negligible. If Tier 5 players wished to make further progress, they could only rely on themselves to figure things out. After all, Tier 6 existences were incredibly rare, even among ancient civilizations. There are special rooms inside this tower that can let players have an easier time grasping the operating principles of the various types of mana, Shi Feng said when he noticed the look of confusion on Lu Wuxing's face. "However, I doubt you'll believe me even if I tell you this, so it's best if you head inside and experience it for yourself, Mr. Lu." After saying so, Shi Feng brought Lu Wuxing and Blue Sheath into the Primordial Tower. Then he let Lu Wuxing enter one of the rooms to experience the miniature world inside it. An hour later, Lu Wuxing left his room with a reluctant expression. His desire to stay inside the room was so obvious that even Blue Sheath could see it. "Is the inside of that room really that good, Great Elder?" Blue Sheath asked curiously. Currently, Blue Sheath had yet to touch upon the operating principles of mana. This was because she was only at the standard of a Tier 4 player. Meanwhile, what mattered most for her was not to learn about the operating principles of mana, but to improve her precise control over mana. Otherwise, she wouldn't even be able to achieve an entry-level understanding of the operating principles of mana. "Good." Lu Wuxing shook his head. Then, with eyes full of excitement and madness, he said, "This is no longer a question of whether it is good or not. This place has already surpassed all holy lands in existence. If I can stay inside such a room long-term, I am confident my chances of reaching Tier 6 in the future will exceed 60%. Shi Feng was not surprised that Lu Wuxing would offer such a high evaluation. Looking at Lu Wuxing, Shi Feng smiled and asked, "May I know if Witchison is willing to partner with Zero Wing now, Mr. Lu?" TL notes, 1 Boundary Mountain Range. I'm not sure if the author forgot, but he switched to using Boundary Mountain Range in this chapter instead of Boundary River. So far, there have already been 2 variations of the Boundary River. However, he has used Boundary Mountain Range multiple times in this chapter. I'm not sure if he's decided to change Boundary River to Boundary Mountain Range, or if the Boundary River is something inside the Boundary Mountain Range. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 136, Mercenary Alliance Takes Shape. Chapter 136, Mercenary Alliance Takes Shape. Partnership. After hearing Shifeng's question, Lu Wuxing couldn't help but ask, "May I know what conditions witches Sin will have to meet if we join Zero Wing's Mercenary Alliance?" Right now, Lu Wuxing no longer doubted the possibility of a partnership between Witches Sin and Zero Wing. On the contrary, he wanted to complete the partnership discussions and finalize everything as soon as possible. However, the situation inside the tower was also obvious. There were only 100 rooms available on the first floor. In other words, the tower could, at most, accommodate 100 players at a time in its current state. However, Lu Wuxing did not doubt that there'd be a ton of players trying to join Zero Wing's Mercenary Alliance in the future. There was no way 100 rooms would be enough to accommodate all of these players. Not to mention, Zero Wing would certainly be saving a portion of these rooms for itself. So, the number of rooms left for the Mercenary Alliance would be even fewer. In other words, there was going to be a restriction set for those seeking to use the rooms in the tower. However, the restrictions couldn't be too absurd, either. If the restrictions Zero Wing imposed were so high that nobody could fulfill them, there'd be no reason for Witches Sin to join Zero Wing's Mercenary Alliance. "You don't have to worry about this point, Mr. Lu," Shifeng said, chuckling when he saw the concerned look on Lu Wuxing's face. Aside from the 30 rooms reserved for Zero Wing's use, the rest of the 70 rooms will be given the same treatment. Anyone who joins the Mercenary Alliance would qualify to use the Primordial Tower's rooms as long as they become a bronze member. It will cost 200 magic crystals and 100 contribution points to use the rooms for each other. Silver members will also receive a 10% discount, while gold members will receive a 20% discount. Of course, depending on the player's rank, the amount of time they can rent the rooms will also differ. Bronze members can only rent the rooms for 1 hour a day, while silver members can rent 2 hours a day, and gold members can rent 4 hours a day. Members only need to reach the bronze rank to use the rooms. Lu Wuxing was a little surprised to hear Shifeng's answer. He didn't think the condition to use the rooms would be so low. "May I know what it would take to become a bronze member? Also, how will the Mercenary Alliance's contribution system work?" In response, Shifeng said, "It's very easy to become a bronze member. All you need to do is accumulate 5,000 contribution points, while becoming a silver member will require 50,000 contribution points, and becoming a gold member will require 300,000 contribution points. Members can earn contribution points through completing the quests issued by the Mercenary Alliance. At the same time, the Mercenary Alliance will also take on commissions from others. However, the Alliance will not offer any contribution points for these commissions. The Alliance will only serve as an intermediary between players and ensure that the commissions are completed. In exchange, the Alliance will charge a small commission fee. If Witches Sin becomes a partner of the Mercenary Alliance, you will receive 5 million contribution points to issue commissions with. However, you will have to pay a monthly fee of 1 million gold and 2 million magic crystals. You will also have to protect the Mercenary Alliance's interests and Abyssal Star City's safety. If you fail to do so, you will lose your monthly allocation of contribution points. When Shifeng finished speaking, Blue Sheath couldn't help but gasp in shock. Did Zero Wing start as a band of bandits? Blue Sheath said in a somewhat angry tone, "Not only are you asking for a monthly payment of 1 million gold and 2 million magic crystals, but you also want us to protect the Mercenary Alliance's interests and the city's safety? If it were on the main continent, Witches Sin would have no problem paying 1 million gold and 2 million magic crystals. However, they were currently in the miniature ancient world. Witches Sin was already expending a ton of coins and magic crystals just to maintain its daily operations. There was no way Witch's Sin could afford to give Zero Wing so many coins and magic crystals. "Shut your mouth, Blue." Lu Wuxing suddenly chided. "Elder Lu." Blue Sheath froze in shock, and she couldn't help but look at Lu Wuxing in confusion. However, Lu Wuxing simply glared at Blue Sheath, causing Blue Sheath to promptly lower her head and stop speaking. Then, Lu Wuxing looked at Shifeng apologetically and said, "I'm sorry to have shown you such an embarrassing sight, Mr. Black Flame. As an apology, Witch's Sin is willing to partner with Zero Wing and join Zero Wing's mercenary alliance. We are also willing to double our monthly payments for just 9 million contribution points each month." When Blue Sheath heard Lu Wuxing's words, she couldn't help but be shocked once again. For a moment, she even suspected a spy from Zero Wing had replaced the Lu Wuxing before her. Otherwise, why would Lu Wuxing behave in such a crazy manner? Not only was he not trying to reduce the payment they needed to make to Zero Wing, but he was even offering to give up on more benefits. "You have a very keen insight, Mr. Lu," Shifeng said, smiling when he saw Lu Wuxing's apologetic expression. Then he shook his head and continued, "Unfortunately, I cannot agree to your offer. 5 million contribution points. That is the most I can give you. I will be inviting more powers to join the Mercenary Alliance in the future, so I cannot let Witch's Sin monopolize everything." "What a pity," Lu Wuxing said, sighing. "All right, then, 5 million it is. Let's sign the contract immediately." This situation thoroughly dumbfounded Blue Sheath. Even though Lu Wuxing was already offering to pay more, Zero Wing had refused the offer. Wasn't Zero Wing supposed to be a guild of bandit origins? However, before Blue Sheath could snap out of her daze, Lu Wuxing had already signed a magic contract with Zero Wing on Witch's Sin's behalf. With the main god system serving as the guarantor, both parties would have to adhere to the contract's terms unless they no longer wished to exist in God's domain. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website, My Novel Full. Thanks. After Shifeng signed the contract with Witch's Sin, he let Lu Wuxing and Blue Sheath take their time strolling around Abyssal Star City. Meanwhile, he made his way to the City Lord's mansion and continued selecting NPCs to hire for the city's security. "What happened to you just now, Elder Lu? Why did you offer to pay Zero Wing even more resources? Is Zero Wing's mercenary alliance that good?" Blue Sheath asked, unable to hold back her curiosity any longer. Blue Sheath was well aware of Lu Wuxing's personality. The old man was the very definition of a miser. Normally, Witch's Sin's various branch guilds would have to go through a lot of trouble just to ask for some extra resources. Yet, now, Lu Wuxing had taken the initiative to give resources away to Zero Wing, an outsider. This could definitely be considered one of the wonders of Witch's Sin. You have no idea how astonishing that primordial tower is. Now that Zero Wing's mercenary alliance is still in its budding phase, we must take full advantage of this opportunity. It is especially so for the monthly allocation of contribution points. Those points will be crucial in helping more people in our guild become gold members. Otherwise, why would you think I'd be willing to pay so many coins and magic crystals? Lu Wuxing said, rolling his eyes at Blue Sheath. I didn't understand why Black Flame was so sure we would partner with him before, but I understood it all after entering the Primordial Tower's miniature world. Is that tower such a magical place, Elder Lu? Blue Sheath asked dubiously. Even a god legacy could only provide very limited help to Tier 5 players in reaching Tier 6. So, how much help could a measly Primordial Tower possibly provide to Tier 5 players? Once you reach Tier 5 as well, you'll understand just how frightening that Primordial Tower's function is, Lu Wuxing said. He couldn't help but shudder when he recalled the environment he experienced inside the Primordial Tower's miniature world. Right now, I can confidently say that if the primordial tower's function gets leaked, the various powers in God's domain would either try to extinguish Zero Wing or partner with Zero Wing at all costs. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3065 _ Miniature Ancient World 100 Flow City Teleportation Hall. Miniature Ancient World 100 Flow City Teleportation Hall. So this is the city Zero Wing is based in. A short-haired girl wearing silver heavy armor muttered to herself after walking out of the teleportation array and looking around curiously. Stop looking around. Rain. We're here on official business. A mature beauty wearing a dark red mage robe said helplessly as she looked at the guardian knight beside her. There's less than 10 minutes left until the meetup time. I don't want to be late. As soon as these two beauties walked out of the teleportation array, they quickly became the center of attention. It was especially true for the woman dressed in the dark red robe. The many players inside the teleportation hall couldn't help but be surprised when they saw her. Crap! It's 100 Flower Palace's Frost Flame Goddess, Cleansed Rue. Amazing! World Dominators' kill order has managed to attract even the 100 Flower Palace's goddess here. What are you getting so surprised about? The bounty World Dominators has put on Zero Wing is the highest in history. Even Tier 5 experts would be tempted by the god Legacy offered. You got that right. I even saw quite a few Tier 5 experts from Miracle arriving in 100 Flow City some time ago. It seems even Miracle is intent on obtaining that god Legacy. 100 Flow City has become a lot more popular ever since World Dominators issued its kill order. I wonder how many more experts will come here in the next few days. But I have to say that Zero Wing really is suicidal. Mysterious Moon's actions are understandable since it is competing for the Dark Moon outpost. But Zero Wing is only trying to take revenge on one of World Dominators' affiliated guilds. Even if Zero Wing wants to take revenge on Shadow, couldn't it have done so outside of World Dominators' view? Yet Zero Wing chose to annihilate Shadow's experts right before World Dominators' eyes. World Dominators will never be able to live this down if it doesn't get rid of Zero Wing. Zero Wing's God-ranked expert might not be afraid of World Dominators' kill order, but the rest of Zero Wing's members will have to operate secretly in the future. When the players in the teleportation hall saw Cleansed Rue arriving in the city, they couldn't help but talk about the kill order World Dominators had placed on Zero Wing. Meanwhile, opinions on the matter varied, with some people ridiculing Zero Wing for its foolishness and some people pitying Zero Wing for its fate. I finally understand why Little Moon applied to leave Zero Wing. With so many experts targeting Zero Wing, she can't even go out to level up even if she wants to, Rain Song said. She couldn't help but chuckle when she overheard the conversations happening around her. It's not her fault. Who would have thought Zero Wing would pull such a huge stunt? Cleansed Rue said, rolling her eyes at Rain's song when she saw the other party gloating over their junior's misfortune. Then, after briefly surveying her surroundings, Cleansed Rue said with a solemn expression, "Let's hurry. I can sense over 100 refinement realm experts in the teleportation hall alone. I'm even getting a dangerous feeling from a few of them. Dawn Moon has just graduated from school. There's no way she can withstand the stress of this situation. Once we learn about the specifics of Zero Wing, we'll have her withdraw from Zero Wing as soon as possible." Before coming to 100 Flow City, Cleansed Rue had already heard that many powers and experts had taken World Dominators as bait and set their sights on Zero Wing. However, after arriving in the city herself, she realized just how terrible of a situation Zero Wing was currently in. At this moment, Zero Wing's members wouldn't necessarily be safe even within 100 Flow City, let alone outside the city. Rain Song nodded in response to Cleansed Rue's words and stopped joking around. Anyone capable of causing cleansed Rue to feel danger would be more than capable of assassinating players in an NPC city. After all, 100 Flow City's NPCs would have to first discover the battle before they could move to stop and apprehend the troublemaker. Meanwhile, the time it took for the NPC guards to make their way to the fight scene was more than enough for a Tier 5 expert to kill a Refinement Realm expert several times. The only reason no Tier 5 expert had made a move in 100 Flow City yet was because they were still investigating Zero Wing. On the outskirts of 100 Flow City, inside the top-floor conference room of a 3-story guild hall, Chairman, good news. Luo Tiancheng, who had fallen to level 102, cried out excitedly as he entered the conference room. A message just came in from Guild Leader Gu. He says that World Dominators is intent on taking 100 Flow City this time and has sent 5 more elite legions and 2 more trump card legions. World Dominators is currently pressuring Mysterious Moon for peace talks. If Mysterious Moon still intends to compete for the Dark Moon Outpost, World Dominators will make sure that Mysterious Moon can't survive in 100 Flow City. Good. I knew World Dominators wouldn't abandon us. Lan Hailong exclaimed, an excited expression appearing on his face when he heard the news Luo Tiancheng brought. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website, My Novel Full. Thanks. Luo Tiancheng nodded in agreement. Then he smiled and continued. Also, I've received news that more than 10 first-rate guilds and 3 superpowers have decided to take action against Zero Wing. These powers hesitated to take action previously because Zero Wing is partnered with Mysterious Moon, but once World Dominators' experts arrive, I believe these powers will begin taking action against Zero Wing immediately. Zero Wing is it? Lan Hailong sneered. Let's see how Shifeng stays arrogant once he loses Mysterious Moon's backing. Chairman, should we gather some of our forces to teach Zero Wing a lesson? Luo Tiancheng suggested. Sure, go and make the necessary preparations, Lan Hailong said, laughing. Now that they no longer had to be concerned about Mysterious Moon in 100 Flow City, it'd be child's play for them to deal with Zero Wing. Leave it to me, Chairman, Luo Tiancheng assured. However, just when Luo Tiancheng was about to turn around and leave, the conference room doors suddenly slammed open as Rampant Blade entered in a hurry. Something big has happened, Chairman. Rampant Blade urgently said. I just received news that Witch's Sin has betrayed World Dominators and formed a military alliance, Zero Wing. Witch's Sin is now demanding World Dominators retract its kill order on Zero Wing. Otherwise, it is going to declare war on World Dominators. Allied with Zero Wing, Lan Hailong couldn't help but be surprised and confused when he heard Rampant Blade's words. Has Witch's Sin gone crazy? Why would it make an enemy out of World Dominators for Zero Wing? That was Witch's Sin they were talking about. Witch's Sin was the strongest guild out of the many guilds affiliated with World Dominators. Moreover, it was commonly known that Witch's Sin had long since possessed the strength of a super first-rate guild. This was also why World Dominators had always treated Witch's Sin differently than its other affiliated guilds. Yet, now, not only did Witch's Sin defect, but it had even done so because of Zero Wing. This was simply unimaginable. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3066 _ inside a high-class bar located 1 street away from the city center. Inside a high-class bar located 1 street away from the city center. This is everything I've uncovered about Zero Wing, Vice Guild Leader. Dawn Moon, who was hiding her appearance and information with a black cloak, said as she looked at Cleansed Rue. Then, in a powerless tone, she continued, many experts are keeping a constant eye on Zero Wing. I have to wear a black cloak to even go outdoors. Otherwise, I'd have at least a dozen experts tailing me. Zero Wing's guild leader is simply a lunatic. I can't believe he ignored World Dominators' warning just to take revenge for a guild member. Based on your report, it would seem that Zero Wing indeed possesses an extraordinary foundation. Not only has it provided Mysterious Moon with the strength to fight against World Dominators, but it also has that mana technique. Seeing as Zero Wing can afford to let so many internal members learn it, Black Flame must have fully mastered that mana technique already. Cleansed Rue said, gaining a general understanding of Zero Wing's situation after listening to Dawn Moon's report. Everything turned out roughly the same as her conjectures. From what she gathered, the person known as Black Flame should be a god-ranked expert from an outer world. Moreover, it would seem that Black Flame intended on establishing a power in the miniature ancient world, and Su Qianlu and the others were part of the first group of experts Black Flame had recruited. More and more experts are setting their sights on Zero Wing, now Vice Guild Leader. When can I leave Zero Wing? Dawn Moon asked as she looked at Cleansed Rue expectantly. She truly did not wish to stay in Zero Wing for even a day longer. It was simply too stressful to have over a dozen refinement realm experts stalking her constantly. This was a treatment that even players who had offended top-tier first-rate guilds wouldn't get to enjoy. This Cleansed Rue hesitated to give Dawn Moon an answer. Dawn Moon was one of the talents 100 Flower Palace had set its sights on. If she got targeted by experts every day, it'd be difficult for her to even level up, let alone seek out the opportunities scattered across the miniature ancient world. However, Zero Wing was also an opportunity for 100 Flower Palace to learn about other gods' domains and the powers originating from them. It wouldn't be long before 100 Flower Palace had to clash with outer world powers. So, 100 Flower Palace needed to learn more about Zero Wing. Before Cleansed Rue could decide on an answer, Rain Song suddenly said, "I'm afraid you'll have to be disappointed. Little Moon, you have to continue staying in Zero Wing." Did something happen? Cleansed Rue asked as she looked at Rain Song, strangely. Previously, Rain Song had wanted to plead on Dawn Moon's behalf to let Dawn Moon withdraw from Zero Wing sooner. Yet, now, she was saying that Dawn Moon needed to stay in Zero Wing. Moreover, she had spoken in a commanding tone. A message just came in from the guild. Witch's Sin has openly rebelled, Rain Song solemnly said. Right now, Witch's Sin has formed a military alliance with Zero Wing. Moreover, it has stated that if World Dominators doesn't retract its kill order, it will declare war on World Dominators. Has Witch's Sin gone mad? Cleansed Rue couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Witch's Sin, that was a guild that had already far surpassed 100 Flower Palace in strength. While Witch's Sin had yet to be officially acknowledged as a superpower, the many first-rate guilds in God's domain understood that Witch's Sin was already a superpower. In fact, Witch's Sin's foundations were already on par with the average superpower. Although there was still a significant difference in strength between Witch's Sin and a veteran super guild like World Dominators, there was no doubt that Witch's Sin's defection had changed the status quo of the situation. Now, World Dominators would have to carefully consider whether it truly was worthwhile to deal with Zero Wing. However, compared to what would happen in the future, Cleansed Rue was more curious to find out why Witch's Sin was helping Zero Wing to such an extent. At the same time, news of Witch's Sin's defection had also spread like wildfire, and the entire 100 Flow City was in an uproar. What's going on? Witch's Sin is siding with Zero Wing. Doesn't that mean World Dominators will hesitate to take action now? What is going on? Does Zero Wing have some kind of powerful background? How did it manage to get Witch's Sin to help it to such an extent? If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website, My Novel Full. Thanks. The various powers operating in 100 Flow City began making all sorts of conjectures about Zero Wing after learning about Witch's Sin's defection. First, it was Mysterious Moon. Now it was Witch's Sin. In no time at all, Zero Wing, a small guild that had originally been unremarkable, had become the center of attention of every power operating in the miniature ancient world. However, less than 15 minutes after Witch's Sin made its declaration, World Dominators had also reiterated its intentions to destroy Zero Wing once again. Meanwhile, should Witch's Sin insist on being stubborn, World Dominators would not hesitate to go to war with it. For a time, an uproar occurred among the various powers of God's domain. None of the various powers had expected that shortly after the miniature ancient world's opening, two of God's domain's superpowers would show intentions of going to war with each other. Originally, the various powers thought that the various small guilds would be the first ones to ignite the flames of war. Then, third and second-rate guilds would follow, and things would gradually heat up until the various superpowers joined into the fray. Yet, now, two superpowers were actually planning to go to war. Moreover, the cause of this war was one small guild. In addition, shortly after World Dominators announced its stance, it had updated the bounty it offered for its kill order on Zero Wing. Now, not only was World Dominators offering a god legacy, but it had also added a legendary item to its list of rewards. A legendary item. Even the various superpowers only had a few of these items each. Meanwhile, every legendary item possessed heaven-defying abilities. Some legendary weapons could even let Tier 5 players go against Tier 6 God-ranked experts. After the announcement of such an astonishing bounty, even the various superpowers could no longer sit still. Misty Canyon, Abyssal Star City. We're in deep trouble this time. Guild leader. World Dominators has thoroughly lost its mind, Su Qianlu said, a bitter smile forming on her face as she looked at Shifeng's face in the video call. According to reports, Apex experts from more than 5 superpowers have gathered in 100 Flow City ever since World Dominators issued a legendary item for its bounty. It seems everyone is intent on taking action. Seeing the gloomy look on Su Qianlu's face, Shifeng consoled. Don't worry. Since World Dominators wants to compete using foundations, we'll compete with it. We'll show everyone that Zero Wing won't necessarily lose to World Dominators. We won't lose to World Dominators. Su Qianlu asked in confusion. Gather all Zero Wing members. Chuckling, Shifeng said, from now onwards, we'll no longer be grinding in the leveling maps around 100 Flow City. Where are we going to grind at, then? Su Qianlu asked in confusion. The Boundary Mountain Range. Shifeng said, laughing. Then, he disconnected the call and called up Abyssal Star City's control panel. Although it's a bit early, since World Dominators isn't holding back, let's see who can hold out until the end. System. Do you wish to open the Abyssal Star Primordial City now? Open it. Shifeng confirmed his decision without hesitation. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 139, Sudden Change. Chapter 139, Sudden Change 100 Flow City, Mysterious Moon's residence. After the battle in the New Moon Forest, Mysterious Moon had become a guild that many independent experts sought to join. Less than half a day after the battle passed, over 10,000 players had already visited Mysterious Moon's residence to apply for the guild. Just the sight of the players lining up to join Mysterious Moon had already become one of the more iconic sceneries in 100 Flow City. However, at this time, Mysterious Moon's residence, which should have been experiencing unprecedented liveliness, was strangely quiet. The atmosphere surrounding the residence was so tense that none of the independent players seeking to join Mysterious Moon dared to approach. The reason for this was the 1,000-man legion standing outside the residence's entrance. Unlike the independent players seeking to join Mysterious Moon, every member of this 1,000-man legion was fully equipped in epic weapons and equipment. Moreover, every one of them was at level 103 or above. Among them, the team leaders of the legion were even at level 104 already. This was a level that most expert players weren't even close to reaching at this stage of the game. Judging by their equipment, these people should be from the Sacred Soul Legion, one of the 3 trump card legions world dominators had sent to 100 Flow City. I know about this legion. My friend's friend is a reserve member of this legion. According to him, the minimum requirement to join the Sacred Soul Legion is the Refinement Realm standard. Moreover, all applicants must be under the age of 25. To become a team leader, you'd have to reach the Flowing Water Realm and be under 30 years old. All 1,000 members are Refinement Realm experts or stronger. Is this the strength of world dominators' trump card legions? The crowd gathered outside Mysterious Moon's residence had their knowledge of world dominators refreshed as they scrutinized the Sacred Soul Legion. Previously, after Mysterious Moon achieved victory against world dominators in the New Moon Forest, it had managed to acquire a large number of Dark Moon tokens due to its monopoly over the New Moon Forest. As a result, Mysterious Moon secured an absolute advantage in the upcoming competition for the Dark Moon Outpost. For this reason, everyone in 100 Flow City felt that Mysterious Moon might become the first top-tier first-rate guild to become a superpower after the Miniature Ancient Worlds launch. However, after seeing the Sacred Soul Legion, everyone quickly realized that a super guild's foundation simply wasn't something a first-rate guild could hope to match. Or, more specifically, a first-rate guild's foundation was nothing but a joke in front of a super guild. 1,000 experts at the Refinement Realm or above. It should be known that Refinement Realm experts were regarded as core combatants in the various first-rate guilds. In the case of some first-rate guilds, even the members of their main force were nothing more than Refinement Realm experts. If a Refinement Realm expert was willing to settle for a second- or third-rate guild, they could even acquire the position of main force commander or guild leader. Yet in World Dominators, Refinement Realm experts could, at most, become ordinary members in the guild's trump card legions. After looking at the Sacred Soul Legion's members, both the players on the street and the members of Mysterious Moon couldn't help but feel as if World Dominators had just ridiculed them. It was indeed true that Mysterious Moon had won the battle in the New Moon Forest and defeated one of World Dominators' trump card legions. However, what Mysterious Moon failed to understand was that World Dominators didn't have only one trump card legion. Moreover, the legion Mysterious Moon had defeated was nothing more than the most common trump card legion under World Dominators' command. So long as World Dominators wanted to, it was more than capable of sending more trump card legions. Meanwhile, during the time the players outside were discussing World Dominators' Sacred Soul Legion, a meeting was simultaneously taking place inside the top-floor conference room of Mysterious Moon's residence. "Have you all finished considering our offer?" a middle-aged man with graying hair asked as he looked at Crimson Seal and Joy Yallen, his voice neither friendly nor hostile. "This is already the greatest sincerity World Dominators has to offer. So long as Mysterious Moon is willing to give up on the Dark Moon Outpost, World Dominators will stop targeting Mysterious Moon. We will also give up a shop in the Dark Moon Outpost to Mysterious Moon. However, we will restrict all access to the Dark Moon Outpost if you refuse. I believe you understand that should World Dominators seal off the Dark Moon Outpost, nobody will dare approach it. In addition, so long as any of your guild's members dare head outside to grind, we will hunt down every one of them. Nothing will change, even if you have those mana equipment sets." As soon as the middle-aged man finished speaking, the auras of the several dozen experts standing behind the middle-aged man suddenly skyrocketed in intensity. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website, My Novel Full. Thanks. This is Advanced Battle Array Equipment. Crimson Seal's complexion darkened when he saw the glowing runes covering the several dozen experts' equipment. A battle array was a special type of magic array that could fuse the strength of those making up the battle array. In other words, going up against any member of a battle array was the same as going up against the entire group simultaneously. Meanwhile, an advanced battle array could grant players the strength to transcend tiers. However, advanced battle array equipment was incredibly rare. Its rarity surpassed even that of fragmented legendary items. In terms of value, a complete set of advanced battle array equipment could rival even fragmented legendary weapons. Even then, not many people would be willing to trade a set of advanced battle array equipment for a fragmented legendary weapon. This was because advanced battle arrays could grant players strength up to the Tier 4 standard. In other words, an advanced battle array could grant a group of players Tier 4 strength. It was true that a fragmented legendary weapon might be able to let a Tier 3 player gain Tier 4 strength. Even after reaching Tier 5, a fragmented legendary weapon could still be of significant use to players. However, it should be known that the strongest combatants in most second-rate guilds in God's domain were only at the Tier 4 standard. Yet, an advanced battle array could grant a group of people Tier 4 strength. Even if advanced battle array equipment were consumable items, the amount of help it could provide to a power far exceeded that of a fragmented legendary weapon. That's right. We weren't planning on revealing it originally, but Mysterious Moon in its current state has the qualifications for us to reveal it, the middle-aged man said, nodding. Meanwhile, after World Dominators revealed the advanced battle array equipment, the Mysterious Moon members in the conference room quickly began a hushed discussion among themselves. This is bad, Vice Guild Leader. The effects of the advanced battle array equipment are no weaker than the mana equipment set. If World Dominators puts it to use, we won't have any more advantage in numbers when it comes to Tier 4 combatants. But isn't it too big of a waste to just give up on the Dark Moon outpost? Moreover, we have a contract with Zero Wing. We'll be going against the terms of our contract if we give up now. That is true, but there is simply too huge a gap between World Dominators and us. Moreover, Zero Wing is similarly having difficulty keeping itself alive right now. Mysterious Moon's members expressed their opinion on the matter one after another, although Crimson Seal and Zhuo Yalan remained quiet on the matter. They, too, were feeling a lot of pressure. Previously, they had already made sure to overestimate World Dominators' strength before they waged war with the Super Guild. However, after seeing World Dominators' show of force, they understood that a super guild simply wasn't in existence a first-rate guild could hope to go up against. What do you think, Nightingale? Crimson Seal asked as he looked at Zhuo Yalan. He hesitated to decide on this matter, so he decided to leave the decision to Zhuo Yalan. Zhuo Yalan was similarly feeling hesitant right now. Originally, she had been confident that Mysterious Moon could go up against World Dominators. However, she now realized how laughable her confidence was. All right, hurry up and decide. Our patience is limited, the middle-aged man said as he looked at Zhuo Yalan. Based on his observations, he could tell that Zhuo Yalan was the decision-maker for Mysterious Moon in the miniature ancient world, not Crimson Seal. Upon hearing the middle-aged man's urging, Mysterious Moon's executives promptly turned to look at Zhuo Yalan. Zhuo Yalan was the person who had single-handedly facilitated the partnership between Zero Wing and Mysterious Moon. So, it'd be most appropriate for her to decide whether Mysterious Moon would continue being enemies with World Dominators. When Zhuo Yalan looked at the various executives' expressions, she understood that everyone was of the opinion that Mysterious Moon should give up on the Dark Moon outpost. She, too, understood that this would be the wisest decision to make. Yet if they gave up now, it would mean betraying Zero Wing, and this was something she definitely didn't wish to do. While Zhui Yalan was pondering how she should respond to World Dominators' threat, the sound of a system notification suddenly entered her ears. Miniature Ancient World System Announcement. Misty Canyon's Abyssal Star Primordial City is now open. Miniature Ancient World System Announcement. Congratulations to the Abyssal Star Primordial City for becoming the first player-controlled city in the Miniature Ancient World. All players resting in the city will accumulate the double EXP buff at twice the normal rate for 10 days. Teleportation scroll for the Abyssal Star Primordial City will also be sold in the teleportation hall of all NPC cities. Every player will only be allowed to buy one teleportation scroll. This benefit will only remain for 1 day. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 140, Miniature Ancient Worlds #1 City. Chapter 140, Miniature Ancient Worlds #1 City, Abyssal Star Primordial City, a player-controlled city. The Misty Canyon is the map next to the Boundary Mountain Range. I remember that its map level is level 120. There are players grinding there already? Crap, this is absurd. While the various powers are contesting for the mana outposts located near NPC cities, someone has already built a guild city. Could this be one of the 5 great super guilds doing? That's most likely the case. Aside from the 5 great super guilds, I can't think of any other power that has the ability to establish a city next to the Boundary Mountain Range. As soon as the system announcement appeared, every player and power operating in the Miniature Ancient couldn't help but be stunned. In the current God's Domain, every player in the game was familiar with the concept of guild cities. However, the Miniature Ancient World had only been open to players for a short period. Logically, it should be impossible for anyone to acquire a guild city so soon. It should be known that even the various superpowers were only competing for the mana outposts located close to level 110 maps. Yet, someone had already established a city in a level 120 map close to the Boundary Mountain Range. The difference between these two sides was like the difference between heaven and earth. Whoever controlled the Abyssal Star Primordial City would have a gigantic advantage over the various superpowers. A level 120 map. Although I can't grind there right now, it wouldn't hurt to check it out. Whoever built this city is simply amazing. They actually made it possible for others to buy the city's teleportation scrolls in the various NPC cities. This will save us a ton of travel time. The city will also be able to gather players from all over the entire Miniature Ancient World. At this rate, the Abyssal Star Primordial City will probably become the Miniature Ancient World's #1 city in no time. I wonder if the private housing and shops in this city are available for sale. If they're for sale, I'm definitely going to buy until I go bankrupt. After a short period of awe, players quickly began reacting to Abyssal Star City's value one after another. Abyssal Star City was not only the only player-controlled city in the Miniature Ancient World, but it was also a city located close to the Boundary Mountain Range. Hence, all players and powers seeking to enter the Boundary Mountain Range were unlikely to let go of this opportunity. Setting aside the players and powers operating in NPC cities located far from Abyssal Star City, those operating in NPC cities close to the Misty Canyon would most likely treat Abyssal Star City as the center of their development. Not to mention, players could purchase teleportation scrolls on the first day of Abyssal Star City's opening and teleport directly to the city. The number of players gathered in the city on this opening day would likely reach unprecedented numbers. This was a massive business opportunity. If they didn't hurry now, it had become incredibly difficult to even get into the city once the city reached full capacity. For a time, players in the various NPC cities could be seen rushing to their respective cities' teleportation hall, to purchase the teleportation scroll for Abyssal Star City. Inside a high-class bar in 100 Flow City. Let's hurry over, Big Sis Rue. We can set aside Zero Wings matter until after we investigate the Abyssal Star Primordial City. Rain Song exclaimed after reading the system announcement. Whoever built this city is simply incredible. It probably won't be long before the city becomes the center of the miniature ancient world. It's definitely going to become a target of contention for the various powers. Every power operating in the miniature ancient world was looking to enter the Boundary Mountain Range as soon as possible. Meanwhile, Abyssal Star City was undoubtedly the best platform for them to accomplish this feat through. Adding on the fact every city in God's domain had a maximum capacity. As soon as a city's player population reached the maximum, players would no longer be able to enter the city. They would have to wait until others left the city before they could enter. Normally, a guild city could, at most, accommodate 2 or 3 million players. However, there were over 100 million players in the miniature ancient world. If even a fraction of these players tried to enter the Abyssal Star Primordial City, the city would reach full capacity instantly. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website, My Novel Full. Thanks. Okay, let's hurry over. Then, Cleansed Rue said, a look of urgency appearing in her eyes. As a guild established by an outer world power, Zero Wing indeed had a significant partnership value. However, the value of Zero Wing's partnership paled in significance compared to the current Abyssal Star City. In fact, the Abyssal Star Primordial City was so important that even mysterious moon and world dominators had unanimously chosen to postpone their discussions and hurried over to the city immediately. Meanwhile, inside the Candlelight Hotel, when Su Qianlu saw the system announcement, she couldn't help but be dumbfounded. A city close to the Boundary Mountain Range? It can't be, right? When Su Qianlu recalled Shi Feng mentioning that their guild's new grinding spot was going to be at the Boundary Mountain Range, she couldn't help but start fantasizing. Currently, Zero Wing was a pitiful guild that didn't even have a guild residence. On top of that, Zero Wing even had to deal with world dominators' kill order. Even surviving was a luxury for Zero Wing right now. In Zero Wing's current state, obtaining a guild city was nothing but a dream, let alone obtaining a guild city close to the Boundary Mountain Range. However, after reading a message Shifeng had just sent to her, Su Qianliu's eyes lit up with an unprecedented shine. The content of Shifeng's message was simple: to have all guild members head to the Adventurers Association, purchase a guild transfer scroll, and gather in Abyssal Star City. Why did you call us to gather all of a sudden, Vice Guild Leader? Did something urgent happen? Dawn Moon curiously asked as she looked at Su Qianlu. The other Zero Wing members gathered in the Candlelight Hotel also looked at Su Qianlu with a curious gaze. While they were standing around doing nothing here, everyone else in 100 Flow City was making their way over to Abyssal Star City. Abyssal Star City was a significant opportunity for all players and powers operating in the miniature ancient world. It'd be a huge waste if Zero Wing missed out on this opportunity. I naturally called you here because something came up, Su Qianlu said. Moreover, it is a wonderful matter for us. From now onward, we no longer have to worry about world dominators' kill order. We don't have to worry about the kill order. Firecloud was very confused when he heard Su Qianliu's words. Did world dominators retract it? Zero Wing was currently targeted by experts all over the miniature ancient world. Unless world dominators retracted its kill order, no place would be safe for Zero Wing's members. You'll find out in a moment, Su Qianlu said. For now, I need everyone to head to the Adventurers Association and buy a guild transfer scroll. Our guild finally has its own guild residence. Everyone was speechless when they heard Su Qianliu's words. having a guild residence wasn't anything to be prideful about. After all, the various first and second-rate guilds had long since obtained a guild residence of their own. While it was indeed good news that Zero Wing now had its own guild residence, it definitely wasn't enough for them to stop worrying about World Dominators' kill order. All right, hurry up. We'll meet up at the guild residence later, Su Qianlu said, laughing when she saw the look of contempt everyone was giving her. Su Qianlu was Zero Wing's vice guild leader. Since she had given out a command, everyone had no choice but to fulfill it. Immediately, everyone made their way to the Adventurers Association and bought a guild transfer scroll. Then, they activated the scroll and vanished from Hundred Flow City. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3069_Misty Canyon, Abyssal Star Primordial City. Misty Canyon, Abyssal Star Primordial City. Flashes of light appeared in the city's central plaza, one after another, instantly enveloping the entire plaza in light. When these flashes of light faded, they revealed the figures of players. These players easily numbered in the tens of thousands, and this number was still rapidly increasing with each passing second. So, this is the Abyssal Star Primordial City. What a great place this is. The mana density here is a great deal higher than even NPC cities. The purification rate is also several times faster. This primordial city is too amazing. If I can come here, once I reach level 110, my leveling speed will double or even triple. I wonder which of the 5 great super guilds built this city. Whoever built, it will definitely hold the #1 position in the miniature ancient world in the future. The instant the various players arrived in Abyssal Star City, they promptly discovered its greatness. Many executives from the various superpowers had also begun contacting their friends in the 5 great super guilds, all of them wishing to form a partnership with the owner of this city. However, even after asking around, none of these executives had managed to come up with any useful information. After all, even the 5 great super guilds were stunned by this situation. They were all curious which one among them had managed to come up with such a powerful city within such a short time. Out of the swarm of players that had arrived in Abyssal Star City, one particular group of cloaked players behaved differently from the rest of the crowd. While others were randomly wandering around the city and taking in all the information they could, this group of cloaked players swiftly moved around the city as if they had known about its layout beforehand and inspected only the key locations in the city. Some of these cloaked players had even arrived in front of the Primordial Tower already. Is this the Primordial Tower that Sol mentioned? This tower should be the legacy of an ancient civilization. It seems that Sol did not lie to us. I honestly didn't expect Sol to find a powerful backer in the miniature ancient world. I thought she would have no chance of wrestling her commander position back. Now, it seems she might have a chance at doing so. I heard Sol say that the owner of this city is a god-ranked expert from an outer world power that's even stronger than our God's Domain's 5 great super guilds combined. I thought she was joking with me before, but it seems that this might also be true. After all, there's no way any of the current 5 great super guilds can come up with such a city. The mercenary alliance Sol invited us to join has relatively lax conditions. They're much better than the Flower of Seven Sins' rules. What do you guys think? Sol has gone a little crazy from trying to wrestle back her position, so we can't fully trust her judgment. I think it's best if we meet that god-ranked expert she mentioned first. When the 6 cloaked players gathered in front of the Primordial Tower talked about Hidden Sol, they spoke as if they were talking about a little kid. It should be known that Hidden Sol was a Tier 5 expert capable of threatening even Tier 6 god-ranked experts. Yet, these 6 players did not show any fear or respect when speaking about her. If Hidden Sol were here, she wouldn't feel surprised by these 6 people's behavior. This was because these 6 people were very special. They were also the strongest experts she could find, although these people were not Tier 6 God-ranked experts. Every one of them was an expert who had already reached the 2nd step or 3rd step of the domain realm. They were far stronger than the average domain realm expert, and even most Tier 6 God-ranked experts were only on this level in terms of combat standards. Meanwhile, in the front courtyard of a guild hall that occupied a huge area along Abyssal Star City's main street, over 1,000 players wearing Zero Wing's guild emblem were currently gathered here. This is the Abyssal Star Primordial City. Our guild residence is in Abyssal Star City. Am I dreaming? When the gathered Zero Wing members looked at their system map, and the players curiously looking at them from outside the guild residence, they quickly realized where they were currently, the Abyssal Star Primordial City that was now a sensation throughout the entire miniature ancient world. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website, My Novel Full. Thanks. For a time, everyone present couldn't help but be dumbfounded. This was the Abyssal Star Primordial City they were talking about. Even though Abyssal Star City had only existed for a short period, many people had already recognized it as the #1 city in the miniature ancient world. Meanwhile, whoever got to develop in this city would have a significant advantage when entering the Boundary Mountain Range in the future. Currently, countless powers were trying to get in touch with Abyssal Star City's ruling power. Yet, their guild had already secured a guild residence in the city. This was simply unbelievable. At this time, everyone gathered could already imagine what kind of future lay in front of their guild. They'd be able to enter the Boundary Mountain Range ahead of everyone else and become the envy of the various powers in God's domain. While Zero Wings members were getting excited over this situation, Shurfong had also arrived at the residence's courtyard. Guild leader, is this really going to be our guild residence? Firecloud couldn't help but ask as he looked at Shurfong. Zero Wing was currently facing great pressure due to World Dominator's kill order. While they were still holding on because of the mana equipment set, this wasn't a long-term solution. If they weren't careful, they could lose even their mana equipment sets. However, if Zero Wing could have a guild residence in Abyssal Star City, the various powers of God's domain would have difficulty even coming into contact with them, let alone hunting them. Moreover, since Zero Wing was able to secure a guild residence in Abyssal Star City, it meant that Zero Wing shared deep ties with Abyssal Star City's ruling power. In that case, the various powers experts and independent experts would have to think twice about targeting Zero Wing in the future. They'd have to consider whether World Dominator's bounty or Abyssal Star City's advantages were more important. After all, Abyssal Star City's ruling power would only need to lift a finger to prohibit specific players from entering the city. Unless those hunting Zero Wings members could hide their identities perfectly, they'd have to say goodbye to Abyssal Star City otherwise. Moreover, players would become red players if they killed other players out in the fields. The more players they killed, the longer they would remain as red players. Unless these red players remained outside of Abyssal Star City forever, there was no way they could avoid getting detected. However, the likelihood of that happening was low. The density of the foreign energy present in the Boundary Mountain Range was incredibly high, so the corrosion speed there was much faster than level 110 maps. Even players with silver mana bodies could, at most, last a dozen hours in the Boundary Mountain Range. If players exceeded their time limit, they would die to the corrosion of the foreign energy and lose levels and equipment. When Firecloud finished speaking, the other Zero Wing members present also turned to look at Shurfeng, hoping to gain verification directly from Shurfeng's mouth. Don't worry. This guild residence belongs to Zero Wing from now on, Shurfeng said, chuckling when he saw everyone's nervous expressions. Also, I have another piece of news to tell you. Zero Wing is one of Abyssal Star City's founding powers, so you don't have to worry that we might get banished from the city in the future. Nobody will dare offend Zero Wing in this city. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 142, Join vs Confrontation. Chapter 142, Join vs Confrontation, Abyssal Star City. Zero Wing's residents. Upon hearing Shifeng's words, the Zero Wing members present shook with excitement. At the same time, they also couldn't help but sigh in relief. Thank goodness I hadn't left Zero Wing yet. I would have definitely died from regret if I did, Dawn Moon thought as she patted her chest. Abyssal Star City's effects and location made it the best training spot for all players in the current miniature ancient world. While Abyssal Star City was open to all players, the number of players trying to visit it was simply too great. Aside from players based in NPC cities far from Abyssal Star City and players who lacked the strength to survive in the Misty Canyon, everyone else would probably be seeking to operate from Abyssal Star City. Once players reached a high enough level to grind in the Misty Canyon and its surrounding maps, the number of players trying to enter Abyssal Star City would probably exceed 100 million. 100 million! Abyssal Star City might be larger than the average advanced guild town, but it was still slightly smaller than the average guild city. The average basic guild city could, at most, accommodate around 10 million players, whereas Abyssal Star City could only accommodate around 5 or 6 million players. In other words, not everyone could freely enter Abyssal Star City. A majority of the players seeking to enter the city would have to wait in line. Meanwhile, how long would a line consisting of tens of millions of players take to finish? Not to mention, Abyssal Star City's ruling power would definitely be saving some of the city's population slots for its own use. So that would leave even fewer slots for players not affiliated with the ruling power. The area Abyssal Star City is located isn't suitable for you to grind right now, but you can head to the nearby Burning Land under the escort of the NPC guards. That place might be a level 115 map, but the monsters there are only at level 111 and level 112 on average. Few monsters are above level 112. With Su Qianlu and the others taking charge, you guys should be able to just barely grind there. Your leveling speed there should also be similar to level 110 maps, Shifeng said, chuckling when he saw the crowd before him sighing in relief. Also, the guild has added a new benefit. If you are looking to improve your mana control, you can head over to the Primordial Tower and give it a try. It should help you make some significant improvements. Zero Wing had lost many members because of World Dominators' kill order. As a result, Zero Wing's already low member count had fallen even lower. Currently, there were only a little over 1,000 members in the guild. There was probably no guild smaller than Zero Wing in the miniature ancient world right now. However, this situation had also allowed Zero Wing to weed out the members with fickle loyalty. So, Shifeng did not intend on being stingy with those who remained. At the very least, he would open access to the Primordial Tower to all who remained. Moreover, he also planned to pass down the physical exercises he had developed in his previous life to everyone. With this exercise, even an ordinary member of Zero Wing would have a significant chance of reaching the refinement realm. It was a stark contrast to the various superpowers, which would only share their guild legacies with internal and core members. While Zero Wing's members were celebrating in joy and excitement, the various powers that had come to investigate the Abyssal Star Primordial City had also finally discovered the identity of the city's ruling power. The Azura Mercenary Alliance. While it was true that the insignificant Zero Wing and the pseudo-superpower witches Sin both possessed a guild residence in Abyssal Star City, the most eye-catching building in the city would have to be the 5-story building situated next to the Primordial Tower. The reason the building was eye-catching was that it occupied a huge area that equaled 2 sports stadiums. It was also the second largest building in the city after the Primordial Tower. Of course, the huge size of the building also meant that it came with a huge price tag. Shifeng had invested 500,000 magic crystals and 100,000 gold into constructing the Mercenary Alliance's headquarters, and it was currently the most expensive building in the city. Meanwhile, aside from having many private rooms, the Mercenary Alliance's headquarters also had quite a few basic combat rooms, plus a massive arena that allowed players to spar and train their techniques. Currently, the Azura Mercenary Alliance was mass recruiting players. Anyone who had reached the Trial Tower's 7th floor could join the Mercenary Alliance. Moreover, there was no restriction on a player's affiliations. Even players belonging to adventurer teams and guilds could join the Mercenary Alliance without having to leave their previous organizations. In addition, so long as one joined the Mercenary Alliance, one would immediately enjoy a 50% discount on their entrance fee into the city. Normally, players would have to pay 20 silver to enter Abyssal Star City. So, becoming a member of the Mercenary Alliance would mean a savings of 10 silver. Aside from entrance fees, members would also enjoy a 5% discount when staying in Abyssal Star City's accommodations. They would also have priority when entering Abyssal Star City. These were all privileges exclusively available to the ruling powers members. In the case of Zero Wings and Witches' Sins members, they would have to pay the standard entrance fee when entering the city. Although they could use guild transfer scrolls to enter the city, the selling price of guild transfer scrolls was similarly priced at 20 silver. Hence, only by becoming a member of the Azura Mercenary Alliance would one receive a privileged status in Abyssal Star City. However, what mattered most to the various powers wasn't the privileges offered to the Mercenary Alliance's standard members. Instead, it was the privileges offered to higher-ranking members. Upon achieving bronze membership status in the Mercenary Alliance, players would have the right to rent the rooms inside the Primordial Tower. Although the various powers didn't know what use the Primordial Tower's rooms had, what they did know was that silver members could rent Abyssal Star City's shops, while gold members could rent their own private housing in Abyssal Star City. These were the privileges that truly tempted the various powers. Abyssal Star City was fated to become the #1 city in the miniature ancient world. Currently, the only factors limiting the city's growth were the average level of players and the city's low rank. However, these were all problems that could be solved with time. Once Abyssal Star City developed into a guild city that could accommodate tens of millions of players, the wealth it could generate would reach astonishing levels. Not to mention, Abyssal Star City was also located close to the Boundary Mountain Range. So, the city would also become the first choice for players looking to enter the Boundary Mountain Range. If they could rent the shops or private houses here, they'd be able to generate significant amounts of income. Zero Wing truly cannot be underestimated. No wonder Witches' Sin chose to betray world dominators. Crimson Seal commented after arriving in Abyssal Star City and seeing that Zero Wing had a residence here. Even the various superpowers will desperately seek to own a residence here. By the looks of it, Zero Wing must have deep ties with Abyssal Star City's ruling power. Hearing Crimson Seal's words, Zhui Yalan nodded and said, "We absolutely cannot partner with world dominators now. Although going against world dominators will create some problems for us down the line, so long as we hold on to our relationship with Zero Wing, Mysterious Moon will have more advantages in Abyssal Star City." Indeed, but we should still go and check out the Azura Mercenary Alliance first. Crimson Seal said he felt fortunate that they hadn't conceded to world dominators' demands yet. Otherwise, they would have lost out on the chance to partner with Zero Wing. Meanwhile, sometime after the various powers and independent players had gathered at the Azura Mercenary Alliance's headquarters, the Mercenary Alliance suddenly introduced a new rule that dumbfounded everyone. The rule stated that all players belonging to world dominators or powers affiliated with world dominators were prohibited from joining the mercenary alliance. In addition, effective immediately, members of the mercenary alliance could earn contribution points for every world dominators member they killed. They would earn 5 points for killing ordinary members, 20 points for killing internal members, and 100 points for killing core members. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 143, Bounty vs. Bounty. Chapter 143, Bounty vs. Bounty. The introduction of this new rule caused everyone inside Azura's headquarters to grow silent. The kill order world dominators placed on Zero Wing previously had shocked the entire God's domain to a great extent. However, the Azura Mercenary Alliance's action of using Abyssal Star City's privileges to exchange for world dominators' life utterly dumbfounded everyone. Abyssal Star City had already become a holy land for the entire miniature ancient world. The privileges Azura offered for its silver and gold members were things that even the various superpowers would want. Although the various superpowers had thought of occupying Abyssal Star City by force, none of them dared to make a move, especially not after seeing several hundred Tier 4 NPC guards in the city. Even the imperial capitals on the main continent did not have a force of several hundred Tier 4 NPCs guarding them. It might be true that the various superpowers had trump cards that allowed them to grant Tier 4 strength to Tier 3 players. However, Tier 4 strength was just that and nothing more. The average NPC was significantly stronger than the average player of the same tier. In front of a Tier 4 NPC, a group of players with Tier 4 strength would last no more than a few moves. Hence, even if the various superpowers were tempted by the idea of securing Abyssal Star City for themselves, they could only keep their thoughts in their minds. At the very least, before Tier 4 players appeared, the various superpowers would have no choice but to put their foolish ambitions to rest. With occupying Abyssal Star City not being an option, the only other way the various powers could benefit from Abyssal Star City's effects right now was by following the rules set by the city's ruling power. Only by doing so could they enter the Boundary Mountain Range at the quickest of speeds. Meanwhile, there was probably no power in God's domain that could resist the temptation of entering the Boundary Mountain Range ahead of others. It should be known that the ones tempted this time were God's domain's various powers, not the various powers experts. The two were entirely different concepts. If a power was tempted to move, every expert under it would also move. It wouldn't just be a few individual experts making a move. Hence, Azura's bounty wasn't a bounty offered to the individual player. Instead, it was an offer to the various superpowers. In other words, Azura was trying to get the various powers of God's domain to go against world dominators. Holy cow, isn't Zero Wing a little too amazing? It can actually influence Azura to such an extent. World dominators will probably start cursing once it finds out about this bounty. I really don't understand what World Dominators was thinking. Did it have to take things so far against Zero Wing just to avenge a measly second-rate guild? Just look at what kind of trouble it has gotten into now. Honestly, I'm starting to pity World Dominators a little. Zero Wing wasn't even trying to target World Dominators initially. Yet, now, World Dominators will face the threat of destruction just because it tried to stick up for a second-rate guild. If I were in the shoes of World Dominators as core executives, I'd probably have the urge to crush that second-rate guild with my own hands. The various superpowers executives inside Azura's headquarters couldn't help but laugh when they realized the implications of Azura's new rule. Many superpowers wished to take World Dominators' place. However, as World Dominators' foundations were simply too strong, most superpowers only dared to watch from the sidelines. None of them dared to try and get a cut of World Dominators' pie. Of course, it would have been entirely possible for the various superpowers to eradicate world dominators if they simply worked together. The only reason they hadn't done so thus far was because they didn't have enough of a reason to do so. After all, even if they worked together and succeeded in getting rid of world dominators, they would have to suffer immense losses in the process, which would, in turn, leave them vulnerable to others. However, things were different now. The Azura Mercenary Alliance's bait was tempting enough for the various superpowers to secretly band together and remove world dominators from the miniature ancient world. Not only could they gain access to Abyssal Star City's privileges by doing so, but they could also reduce the number of competitors by one. They'd be killing two birds with one stone, so why would they turn down such an opportunity? This Azura Mercenary Alliance must be crazy. Why are they going so far for a measly guild like Zero Wing? When Lon Hailong saw the registration rules displayed in the lobby of Azura's headquarters, he couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Originally, Lon Hailong had felt joyous when he first came to Abyssal Star City. It was especially true after he saw the registration rules for the Azura Mercenary Alliance. The Mercenary Alliance's benefits allowed him to see another opportunity for Shadow to compete in the miniature ancient world. However, he never thought that this dream would turn into a nightmare. Once news of Azura's bounty got out, it'd be a miracle if world dominators didn't personally destroy Shadow. Previously, world dominators had only decided to take action against Zero Wing because it thought that Zero Wing was a small and insignificant guild. In doing so, it could also set an example for the various powers and increase the loyalty of its affiliated guilds. However, it was now revealed that Zero Wing had an existence like the Azura Mercenary Alliance backing it. After this revelation, so long as world dominators wasn't stupid, it definitely would not continue targeting Zero Wing. Otherwise, what awaited it would be a nightmare. Meanwhile, the best way to appease Zero Wing would undoubtedly be to destroy Shadow and thoroughly erase it from God's domain. If world dominators did that, there was no way Zero Wing could have the Azura Mercenary Alliance continue putting a bounty on a super guild like world dominators. Everything happened just like Lon Hailong expected. Less than 10 minutes after the Azura Mercenary Alliance introduced its bounty, world dominators' executives in the miniature ancient world had gathered for a meeting. Looking at the dozen or so people gathered in the conference room, a white-haired, middle-aged man indifferently said, "I'm sure everyone is already aware of the cause and effect of this matter. The Azura Mercenary Alliance's bounty on us is already in effect, so state whatever opinions you have. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 144, Shadow's End. Chapter 144. Shadows, and there were over a dozen people inside the solemn and majestic conference room. Every one of these people had reached level 104, and they were all equipped with Hall of Fame-level epic equipment sets and epic weapons or magic weapons that rivaled fragmented legendary weapons. If Mysterious Moon's Zhuo Yalan were present in this room, she would definitely be given a fright. This was because every one of the players in this conference room was a domain realm expert with basic attributes at the Tier 4 standard. Only Crimson Seal with his mana equipment set could stand a chance against these players in a one-on-one situation. Every other Mysterious Moon member in the miniature ancient world would be no match. That Azura Mercenary Alliance is simply looking down on us. So what if they put a bounty on us? I'm curious to see who, other than the 5 great super guilds, would dare to go against us. A rowdy woman wearing silver plate armor said through the helmet covering her face, "Those first-rate guilds can only prance around before us since all of us are Tier 3 right now. Once we reach level 120, whether it is those first-rate guilds or that Azura Mercenary Alliance, I want to see just which one of them will dare continue acting so boldly." What you say is true, but we simply can't play to our strengths right now, a white-haired old man sitting beside the rowdy woman said, shaking his head. We might be able to do something if we are only going up against Azura, but many superpowers are also secretly eyeing us. With the conditions Azura has put out, those superpowers will definitely join forces against us. Those superpowers are indeed a trouble. The rowdy woman stopped acting out of anger after hearing the old man's words. Evidently, she, too, was concerned about the various superpowers working together to target world dominators. That damnable Azura Mercenary Alliance. How shameless must it be to use its city's privileges to tempt those superpowers? The Abyssal Star Primordial City was simply too tempting of an opportunity to give up. On the one hand, the city was situated next to the Boundary Mountain Range, so it was incredibly advantageous for players seeking to reach level 120 quickly and enter the Boundary Mountain Range. On the other hand, the city's purification effect was astounding, and it was at least several times faster than the NPC cities in the miniature ancient world. With such a purification speed, players could save plenty of rest time. Most importantly, Abyssal Star City was bound to become one of the vital transit points for players seeking to trade between the two gods' domains in the future. After all, many precious resources in God's domain couldn't be stored in players' bag space. Players would need to transport these precious resources bit by bit. Hence, they needed to have transit warehouses along their trade routes. Meanwhile, Abyssal Star City, which was located next to the Boundary Mountain Range, could be said to be the most suitable transit point. According to my sources, even the 5 great super guilds are interested in Abyssal Star City. Once their players start to reach level 120 and get promoted to Tier 4, they will most likely begin taking action against the city, an elegant woman dressed in a black mage robe said, smiling. If we want to deal with Zero Wing, all we need to do is endure until level 120. At that time, Azura's bounty will automatically lose effect. Many nodded in agreement with the elegant woman's words. There was no power in God's domain that wouldn't be tempted by Abyssal Star City. Naturally, the 5 great super guilds were no exception. There might not be anyone capable of taking down Abyssal Star City right now, but once Tier 4 experts started appearing, the 5 great super guilds could absolutely capture the city. Level 120. However, the white-haired old man shook his head when he heard the elegant woman's words. He scoffed at the woman's suggestion to fight a war of attrition with Zero Wing. Even experts like us will need at least a month to reach that level. Can you all honestly accept the losses we will suffer during this 1 month? The people who previously agreed with the elegant woman fell silent. It might be fine if they were simply going up against the various first-rate guilds. After all, even the weakest core member in World Dominators was a Refinement Realm expert. It'd be difficult for first-rate guilds to target experts of such caliber. As for World Dominators' non-core members, it didn't matter how many of them died. Such a loss would be inconsequential to World Dominators. In God's domain, experts beneath Tier 4 were utterly worthless. Any random Tier 4 expert could single-handedly eradicate a force of several thousand Tier 3 experts. The only purpose such experts had was to serve as cannon fodder and carry out menial tasks such as exploration and information gathering. However, if the various superpowers experts took action, World Dominators' core experts would undoubtedly suffer severe casualties. This, in turn, would put World Dominators at a severe disadvantage when it expanded its development into the Boundary Mountain Range. All right, that's enough talking. Everyone, cast your votes. The gray-haired, middle-aged man said after seeing everyone failing to come to a unanimous conclusion. Do we continue targeting Zero Wing, or do we withdraw the kill order and seek reconciliation? Each person only gets 1 vote. After the gray-haired, middle-aged man spoke up, The people gathered stopped their discussions and voiced their stances. "I vote to continue," the rowdy woman said definitively. "My suggestion is for us to withdraw our kill order on Zero Wing temporarily. We will have plenty of time to target Zero Wing in the future," the white-haired old man stated. After everyone present expressed their stances, the gray-haired, middle-aged man tallied up the votes. "There are 15 of us here. 6 have chosen to continue targeting Zero Wing, and 9 have chosen to seek reconciliation. The final verdict is to withdraw our kill order on Zero Wing and seek a way to get Zero Wing to withdraw its bounty on us," the middle-aged man calmly stated. Moving on to the next topic, how will we get Zero Wing to withdraw its bounty on us? That's simple. Wasn't Zero Wing trying to get revenge on Shadow before? The white-haired old man stated. "We can simply offer up Shadow. We can even help Zero Wing and erase Shadow from God's domain." "That is indeed a good idea," the elegant woman said, nodding. "Shadow is nothing but an incompetent bungler. If it weren't for Shadow, we would have never had to wage war against Zero Wing. Even if we are to deal with Zero Wing in the future, we absolutely cannot let Shadow remain. We might as well use this opportunity to get rid of it. Let's vote on it, then. Do we assist Zero Wing in disposing of Shadow?" The middle-aged man asked nonchalantly. "I concur." "I second it." "Seconded." All 15 people voted in favor of the motion. Afterward, the middle-aged man announced, "All 15 votes are in favor. The final verdict is to dispose of Shadow. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 145. Erasure. Chapter 145. Erasure Miniature Ancient World 100 Flow City. After the sudden bounty the Azura Mercenary Alliance had put on world dominators, an uproar also occurred in 100 Flow City. Zero Wing is amazing. I can't believe it dared to put a bounty on a super guild. This is the first time a non-superpower has done such a thing since God's Domain's launch. World Dominators is probably losing its mind right about now. Zero Wing might be a small guild, but it has a powerful background. That Azura Mercenary Alliance has established a city next to the Boundary Mountain Range, something even the 5 great super guilds haven't managed to accomplish. World Dominators has gotten itself into big trouble this time. I heard many superpowers are tempted to take action. I wonder what World Dominators plans to do about this situation. Initially, many of 100 Flow City's players and powers didn't have much understanding of World Dominators. However, after witnessing the scene over at Mysterious Moon's residence, they understood just how frightening a super guild was. So, when everyone learned that Zero Wing had put a bounty capable of tempting even superpowers on World Dominators, they couldn't help but look forward to what would happen next. God's Domain had already remained peaceful for a long time. Whether it was independent players or the various major powers, everyone had already grown used to being controlled by the various superpowers. Meanwhile, the various superpowers had also seemingly come to a tacit agreement to keep their conflicts contained. Never had any superpower launched a full-scale war against another superpower. Originally, everyone thought that Mysterious Moon would become the first guild to restart the warring era and initiate a full-scale war against World Dominators. However, the honor of doing so would most likely be going to Zero Wing instead, looking at the current situation. While the players in 100 Flow City were talking about Azura's bounty on World Dominators, several thousand players suddenly walked out of the city's teleportation hall. Not only was every player in this group at level 103 or above, but they were also fully equipped in epic weapons and equipment. The aura they radiated also caused the surrounding players to feel suffocated. This was because even the weakest among these players was at the half-step Refinement Realm standard, with most of them being at the Refinement Realm standard. Most importantly, every one of these players wore World Dominators' guild emblem on their chest. Obviously, these players must be from one of World Dominators' trump card legions. Why did so many experts from World Dominators come to 100 Flow City? Could World Dominators be thinking of extinguishing Zero Wing once and for all? This is great. The fires of war are finally lighting up. I wonder who will win in the end. Will it be Zero Wing, or will it be World Dominators? The surrounding players couldn't help but grow excited when they saw World Dominators' experts making their way to Zero Wing's Candlelight Hotel after exiting the teleportation hall. The last time a massive war had taken place in God's domain was several years ago. It was a war that had destroyed an entire kingdom, and just watching the video recording of the war gave everyone an unforgettable experience. If they could witness such a war taking place with their own eyes, they'd have no more regrets. Inside, a 3-story open-air bar near the Candlelight Hotel. When Rain's Song looked at the experts surrounding the Candlelight Hotel, she turned to cleansed Rue and worriedly asked, "Big Sis Rue, why do you think World Dominators suddenly sent so many experts over this time? Could it really be planning on duking it out with Zero Wing?" The strength World Dominators had kept hidden was massive beyond comprehension. While Abyssal Star City was indeed an amazing city, Azura's bounty on World Dominators was unlikely to affect World Dominators too significantly. Even if the various superpowers did take action against World Dominators, this situation would, at most, affect World Dominators' development. It definitely wasn't enough to threaten World Dominators' continued existence. Meanwhile, if World Dominators decided to crush Zero Wing with everything it had, Zero Wing would stand no chance. Take the current situation, for example. Simply by having experts surround the Candlelight Hotel, World Dominators had essentially rendered the hotel useless. After all, no sane person would try to enter the hotel in this situation. I don't know. Cleansed Rue shook her head. Zero Wing has already moved all its members to Abyssal Star City. Even if World Dominators renders the Candlelight Hotel useless, it would be no skin off Zero Wing's nose. On the contrary, World Dominators would be the ones suffering a loss for wasting so much manpower. It wasn't just Zero Wing that had shifted its base of operations to Abyssal Star City. If they hadn't agreed to meet with Nature Hall's representatives here to discuss Zero Wing, they would probably still be investigating Abyssal Star City. Inside one of the lounges in the Candlelight Hotel, a gray-haired, middle-aged man sitting on a sofa was sipping on some tea an NPC had served him while looking at Shurfeng, who sat across from him. Then, after setting down his cup, he smiled and said, "You are surprisingly young, Guild Leader Black Flame. I find it hard to imagine there'd be a God-ranked expert like you in our God's domain. World Dominators is the amazing one. I didn't think it would send its renowned White Devil to the miniature ancient world. It seems World Dominators is determined to obtain the miniature ancient world," Shurfeng said, smiling faintly as he looked at the middle-aged man before him. Upon hearing Shurfeng's words, the middle-aged man suddenly froze. Even the two experts standing next to the middle-aged man couldn't help but look at Shurfeng incredulously. "Incredible!" the middle-aged man exclaimed after regaining his calm. "Less than 40 people know of my true identity in World Dominators, yet you managed to find out about it. I have to admit that you have an unbelievable intelligence network behind you. No wonder you're not afraid of our kill order. All I have to say is that I know far more than you think," Shurfeng said, chuckling without elaborating further. World Dominators had 5 God-ranked experts on the surface. Meanwhile, one of them was White Devil. However, White Devil always wore a helmet whenever he appeared in front of others, so hardly anybody knew White Devil's true appearance. Of course, Shurfeng wasn't included in this list. This was because he had seen White Devil's true appearance during his previous life. Back then, White Devil had been fighting two outer-world god-ranked experts by himself. The battle, at the time, had been astonishing. World dominators had lost a holy city, the city reduced to nothing but a fiery crater spanning tens of thousands of yards. As a result of the fight, White Devil's fragmented legendary weapon and helmet had been thoroughly destroyed. Meanwhile, Feng, who had rushed to the scene at the time, just so happened to catch White Devil's true appearance. Since that's the case, I won't waste time talking about nonsense. Putting on a serious look, White Devil said, "We are planning on dropping our kill order on Zero Wing, so we hope that Zero Wing, or more specifically, the Azura Mercenary Alliance, can cancel its bounty on world dominators. Do you think you can just put a kill order on us and cancel it whenever you like? Don't you think this is unfair for Zero Wing?" Feng bluntly stated. "That is true." White Devil nodded. "Hence, we plan to give Zero Wing an explanation." "What explanation?" Feng asked curiously. "Aren't you looking to deal with Shadow?" In a definitive tone, White Devil said, "We will erase Shadow's name from God's domain." "What do you think of this condition?" Erase Shadow from God's domain. Feng grew a little interested. Although he was more than capable of erasing Shadow from God's domain himself, doing so would require a lot of time. "How long will it take?" 2 days. White Devil answered without hesitation. "In 2 days, you will no longer see Shadow in God's domain. That includes all information on Shadow." Upon hearing White Devil's words, Feng couldn't help but marvel at World Dominators' strength. In addition to claiming that it would eradicate a second-rate guild, it also promised to do so in 2 days. It should be known that Shadow was in control of 10 city-states. It had many branch guilds in God's domain, and over 1 million members. If world dominators wanted to erase Shadow from God's domain in 2 days, it would certainly have to pay a considerable price. "May I know what you think, Guild Leader Black Flame?" White Devil asked, smiling as he looked at Feng. "If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 3074_100 Flow City, Candlelight Hotel. 100 Flow City, Candlelight Hotel. When the various players and scouts from the various powers saw world dominators as experts leaving the Candlelight Hotel peacefully, and Feng and Su Qianlu walking out of the hotel, they couldn't help but be dumbfounded. What's going on? Zero Wing was actually holding a secret discussion with world dominators just now. Weren't they going to have a big fight? They should have reached a conclusion in their talks, by the looks of things. I wonder what decision they came to. Will they be fighting or not? Everyone couldn't help but grow curious about this situation. Interesting. How interesting. It seems we made the right decision to come here this time. Stalwart Bear, who had already reached level 104, exclaimed, a look of interest appearing on his face as he watched world dominators as experts leaving. "What do you mean, Elder Bear?" Cleansed Rue asked as she looked at Stalwart Bear in confusion. The main reason they gathered in 100 Flow City this time was to discuss whether they should seek a partnership with Zero Wing. After all, partnering with Zero Wing would mean making an enemy out of world dominators. 100 Flower Palace was different from Witch's Sin. Witch's Sin already possessed the strength of a superpower, so world dominators was unlikely to go to war with Witch's Sin. However, world dominators definitely wouldn't show mercy against top-tier first-rate guilds, like 100 Flower Palace and Nature Hall. I don't know about 100 Flower Palace, but Nature Hall will be seeking a partnership with Zero Wing, Stalwart Bear said, laughing. Despite having already placed a kill order on Zero Wing, the arrogant and mighty world dominators had come to negotiate with Zero Wing. Doesn't that tell you anything? Indeed, with world dominators' arrogance, if it had a good chance at eliminating Zero Wing, it would never try to negotiate with Zero Wing after putting a kill order on Zero Wing. It'd be a huge embarrassment if it did that. Cleansed Rue nodded. Since world dominators had come to negotiate, it shows that even world dominators is fearful of Zero Wing. Although world dominators had also held a discussion with Mysterious Moon, that was only a normal consultation between guilds. Mysterious Moon's acts of aggression did not anger world dominators or harm world dominators' reputation. However, it was a different story for Zero Wing. World dominators had already publicly placed a kill order on Zero Wing, yet now it had come to negotiate with Zero Wing. How would the various powers of God's domain look at this situation? World dominators would most likely become a joke in the various powers' eyes. There was no way world dominators wouldn't know what would happen if it tried to negotiate with Zero Wing. Yet, despite knowing it, world dominators still chose to do so. I'm heading back first. If I don't make ample preparations beforehand, it's going to be tough to get Zero Wing to agree to a partnership, Stalwart Bear said before standing up and leaving the bar. When Rain Song saw Stalwart Bear leaving, she turned toward Cleansed Rue and asked, "What should we do, Big Sis Rue?" "We are not the same as Nature Hall," Cleansed Rue said, shaking her head and smiling. Nature Hall is only trying to obtain the other God's domain's resources and strengthen itself, so it is naturally fine for Nature Hall to partner with Zero Wing. However, our guild's aim isn't the other God's domain's resources. What we need is a strong partner. Although the various superpowers are an option, partnering with them will be too disadvantageous for us. Meanwhile, Zero Wing is only one of the several powers in our considerations. "I understand," Rain Song said, nodding. She was aware that the secret that 100 Flower Palace was in possession of far exceeded the imaginations of even the various superpowers. Unless Zero Wing possessed incredible strength, it would be unqualified to become 100 Flower Palace's partner. However, if the information Dawn Moon obtained through her reconnaissance in Zero Wing would indeed have the qualifications to become 100 Flower Palace's partner. "Let's wait for Dawn Moon's report first," Cleansed Rue said. After thinking it over, she decided to wait for more information before deciding. The Abyssal Star Primordial City might be something extraordinary in the eyes of the miniature ancient world's various powers. Still, the secret that 100 Flower Palace possessed was many times greater than the Primordial City. 100 Flower Palace wasn't afraid that this secret would get exposed. What it feared most was failing to secure this secret. After all, it only had one chance, so it needed to be careful in choosing who it partnered with. Over at the Candlelight Hotel. Guild leader, do you think World Dominators can really fulfill its promise in 2 days? After seeing that World Dominators' experts disappearing into the teleportation hall, Su Qianlu voiced the question plaguing her mind this entire time. After all was said and done, Shadow was a second-rate guild with over 1 million guild members. No matter how she looked at it, it was simply unrealistic to try and erase Shadow's name from God's domain in 2 days. "I don't know," Shifeng said, shaking his head. Then, solemnly, he continued, "But the various superpowers have invested far more strength into the miniature ancient world than I initially thought. There is no saying whether the other superpowers have sent their God-ranked experts over as well. We have to reach level 120 as soon as possible and enter the Boundary Mountain range ahead of the various superpowers." Currently, everyone was still at Tier 3 in the miniature ancient world, so even if the various superpowers were strong, there was still a limit to the strength they could exhibit. However, once the various superpowers' refinement realm experts reached level 120 and got promoted to Tier 4, they would have an overwhelming advantage over other powers. The advantages Zero Wing currently possessed would cease to exist at that time. If Zero Wing wished to maintain its lead over the various superpowers, it would have to enter the Boundary Mountain range ahead of the various superpowers. After all, The resources and legacies available in other gods' domains were vastly superior to their god's domain. If the players in their god's domain could acquire an outer world legacy, their chances of getting promoted to Tier 4 would increase by 50% or more. Su Qianlu nodded in agreement with Shifeng's words. Zero Wing might look like it had a good future ahead, but it also had a lot of trouble it needed to face. After all, Zero Wing had already entered the eyes of many superpowers. If Zero Wing wasn't careful, the various superpowers would quickly gobble it up. An hour after Shifeng concluded his talks with White Devil, World Dominators retracted its kill order on Zero Wing and announced it was no longer affiliated with Shadow. In addition, World Dominators had also announced that it would be erasing Shadow from God's domain. When this news came out, the various powers in God's domain couldn't help but be stunned. Even Lan Hailong was dumbfounded when he learned of this news. He simply couldn't fathom why World Dominators would suddenly go from supporting Shadow to seeking to annihilate Shadow just because of a bounty from the Azura Mercenary Alliance. Shortly after World Dominators' announcement, every one of Shadow's members in the miniature ancient world began hiding in the various NPC cities. So long as they dared to set foot outside, World Dominators' experts would swiftly kill them. Things were even worse for Shadow on the main continent. World Dominators' experts would attack Shadow's members regardless of the location, and even those hiding in the imperial capitals of empires were not safe from attacks. A Tier 6 God-ranked expert had also destroyed all 10 of Shadow's city-states in just one short day. Moreover, just like World Dominators had stated in its announcement, it didn't just stop at causing devastating damage. It had thoroughly erased these city-states from the face of the continent. After just one night, Shadow had lost all of its guild cities. Even its residences inside NPC cities were flattened. Before one full day had even passed, Shadow had already become nothing more than an empty shell of a guild. Almost all of its non-internal members had withdrawn. As for Shadow's internal members, they didn't even dare log into God's domain. World Dominators' display of strength had thoroughly dumbfounded the various powers. At the same time, everyone in God's domain came to understand that in front of a super guild, even second and first-rate guilds were nothing but a joke. In less than 2 days, Shadow announced its dissolution, and the Lanhua group that backed Shadow went bankrupt. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3075 _ Jinhai City, Lanhua Tower. Jinhai City, Lanhua Tower. Due to World Dominators' attacks and Shadow's disbandment, Lanhua Group had no choice but to declare bankruptcy to repay the many debts it owed. Originally, more than 10,000 people would occupy Lanhua Tower every day. Now, though, the building had become empty. Aside from Lan Hailong, who was staring off into space in the top-floor conference room, and a few of Shadow's executives tidying up their belongings downstairs, nobody else was in the building. That Luo Tiancheng and Zhou Yuhu are bastards through and through. I can't believe they would abscond with the guild's epic items and join a third-rate guild. A robust man grumbled as he glared at Luo Tiancheng and Zhou Yuhu, who were swiftly packing their things over on the other side of the office floor. In contrast, we, the ones fighting on the front line, ended up getting nothing at all. After glancing at Luo Tiancheng and Zhou Yuhu, Rampant Blade said, "There's no point grumbling about this. They've helped out that third-rate guild a lot in the past. Although they've now joined that third-rate guild, they were only given a position in middle management. There's no way they'd be allowed to join the guild's upper management either. So the most they'll be doing from now on will be guiding newbies." "How are you so calm about this, Boss Blade? You probably drew the worst lot out of everyone," the robust man said, sighing. "With your strength, you could have long since joined a first-rate guild." Yet, because of World Dominators' purge, not only did your account fall back to level 100, but you've even lost most of your equipment. You'd probably need a miracle to catch up to the miniature Ancient World's frontline players at this rate. As a refinement realm expert, Rampant Blade already had the necessary combat standards to become a core member in a first-rate guild. However, because of his severe loss in level and equipment, even if he managed to get into a first-rate guild, he'd have a hard time catching up with the current level of even first-rate experts. Do you have any plans after this, Stone? Rampant Blade asked. Me, the robust man, who Rampant Blade addressed, as Stone shook his head. You know as well as I do what kind of combat standard I have. The best I can do is reach the Trial Tower's 7th floor. Coupled with my age, I'd be fortunate if I can get a team leader position even if I join a third-rate guild. In the current God's Domain, the various guilds placed more importance on recruiting newcomers with great potential than veteran experts with good strength. Even if there was no longer a need to worry that he might be a spy for Shadow, there was no way he could ever become a core member even if he joined a third-rate guild. At best, he could become an ordinary internal member. Are you interested in joining Zero Wing with me? Rampant Blade asked, smiling. Join Zero Wing? Stone froze when he heard Rampant Blade's words. Then, looking at Rampant Blade incredulously, he asked, Can I really join Zero Wing? The current Zero Wing was a famous guild that many players wished to join in the miniature Ancient World. Not only did Zero Wing possess a guild residence in Abyssal Star City, but it even had the strength to get world dominators to eradicate Shadow to appease it. Most importantly, Zero Wing's guild leader was Black Flame, a rumored Tier 6 God-ranked expert. Meanwhile, any power with a Tier 6 God-ranked expert in its ranks would instantly be regarded as a top-tier first-rate power in God's domain. Based on what he heard, on the first day World Dominators removed its kill order on Zero Wing and began attacking Shadow, over 100,000 players had swarmed the Candlelight Hotel and applied to join Zero Wing. On the second day of World Dominators' purge of Shadow, first-rate experts and above had thoroughly surrounded Zero Wing's residence in Abyssal Star City. The situation had gotten so bad that the street outside Zero Wing's residence and 3 other neighboring streets were crowded with players. In the end, Zero Wing had to mobilize the city's NPC guards just to let Zero Wing's members walk out of the residence. The situation had only calmed down a little after Zero Wing announced one of its main recruitment conditions. The condition was simple. Those under 20 years of age could join Zero Wing, so long as they could reach the Trial Tower's 7th floor. As for those above 20, they'd have to reach the half-step Refinement Realm standard at the very least, with Refinement Realm experts receiving priority considerations. This condition had instantly disqualified over 90% of the players applying to join Zero Wing. It was no exaggeration to say that this entry requirement was even more stringent than the various superpowers. However, even with this harsh condition, there was still a long line of players waiting outside Zero Wing's residence and the Candlelight Hotel. Blackie sent me an invitation hoping that I could join Zero Wing. He also hopes that I can bring some of Shadow's main force members over, Rampant Blade said, nodding. How about it? Interested? Yes, I'm interested. Of course I'm interested. Stone hurriedly nodded, his face full of excitement. It seems I'll get to continue fighting alongside you in the future, as well, Boss Blade. For a veteran guild player like him, he'd have a lot of concerns when joining a new guild. So, it'd be much more assuring to have an old acquaintance as his superior. Not to mention, this was an invitation to join Zero Wing. This was an opportunity that countless experts sought to obtain. Okay, help me invite the other main force members as well, but make sure to leave out those close to Lon Hailong. Those who joined Zero Wing initially are all people with a grudge against Lon Hailong. I don't want to cause a scene after joining Zero Wing, Rampant Blade said, nodding. Don't worry, Boss Blade. I know what to do, Stone said, laughing. Immediately afterward, Stone began going around the office, visiting Shadow's main force members one after another. Apart from Lon Hailong's close confidants, he had invited almost everyone in Shadow's main force to join Zero Wing. Meanwhile, everyone who received the invitation to join Zero Wing couldn't help but grow ecstatic. Damn it! That despicable Zero Wing. Luo Tiancheng's eyes were full of envy when he saw Stone approaching the other people in the office and inviting them to join Zero Wing. We only sided with Lon Hailong because we didn't have a choice. Shifeng is just being petty. Meanwhile, Zhou Yuhu was also envious of this situation. At the same time, he also secretly cursed Zero Wing to have a bad future. However, irregardless of what Luo Tiancheng and Zhou Yuhu felt about the situation, Rampant Blade and several dozen members of Shadow's main force left Lan Hua Tower with smiles on their faces. Then, they promptly made their way to Zero Wing's temporary office, located inside the God's Domain Alliance's building. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3076 _ Misty Canyon, Abyssal Star City. Misty Canyon, Abyssal Star City. As players could only purchase the teleportation scrolls for Abyssal Star City on the first day of the city's opening, the number of players in the city had fallen dramatically. The only combat players that remained in the city were the various first-rate powers and superpowers peak experts. These were the only combat players capable of grinding in the level 110 maps near the Misty Canyon, albeit just barely. Aside from combat players, the various powers merchant players also chose to remain in the city to complete the daily material collection quests and reputation quests the Azura Mercenary Alliance issued. They relied on these quests to accumulate the Mercenary Alliance's contribution points and try to become a bronze member as soon as possible. One could say that, aside from Zero Wings and Witches Sin's members, none of the players present in Abyssal Star City was an ordinary individual. Even so, Abyssal Star City's player population still exceeded 1 million. It was no exaggeration to say that Abyssal Star City was already the #1 city in the miniature ancient world. Can we really participate in this guild activity, Boss Blade? Stone, who was only a level 100 shield warrior, asked Rampant Blade after arriving at Zero Wing's residence using a guild transfer scroll. Currently, nearly 200 players were gathered in the courtyard of Zero Wing's residence. Aside from them, ex-members of Shadow, everyone else was either at level 103 or level 104. Moreover, most of these players looked like they were only 20 years old, and every one of them was either at the half-step refinement realm or refinement realm already. This situation was unnerving for the ex-members of Shadows. I think so, Rampant Blade said hesitantly. He similarly felt stressed when he looked at the youngsters around him. In Shadow, a refinement realm would be regarded as one of the guild's top combatants without question. Even first-rate guilds would treat their refinement realm experts as mid-level mainstays. After all, in the average first-rate guild, there would only be several hundred refinement realm experts out of the several million members in the guild. However, despite being a refinement realm expert, Rampant Blade felt that he was nothing but an insignificant existence in the current Zero Wing. It was even worse for the other ex-members of Shadow. While Rampant Blade and the others were feeling stressed over their situation, a group of a dozen or so players walked out of the guild hall. Rampant Blade spotted two familiar faces among these players, Blackie and Su Qianlu. However, when Rampant Blade saw Blackie and Su Qianlu, he couldn't help but feel a sense of distance. Specifically, the massive distance in strength and levels between them. Currently, both Blackie and Su Qianlu had already reached an astonishing level of 107. Upon seeing their levels, Rampant Blade couldn't help but lose the will to live. It should be known that even the various superpowers peak experts were only at level 104, and they'd still need at least 2 days to reach level 105. Yet Blackie and Su Qianlu had already surpassed those peak experts by 3 levels. What kind of leveling speed was this? All right, since everyone's gathered, get ready to move out. Make sure not to fall behind. If you break away from the team, you'll have no choice but to wait until the next group training, Shifeng cautioned as he swept his gaze across the gathered crowd. After 2 days of research, Shifeng had already found the ideal grinding spot in the burning land. The monsters in that grinding spot consisted of only level 112 Blackstone orcs. Moreover, their numbers were quite concentrated, and most of them were only at the High Lord rank, with some at the Great Lord rank. Any random group they lured, there would also have at least 1,000 Blackstone orcs. With the suppression of Shifeng's mana domain and Su Qianlu and Blackie's tier 3 AoE spells, grinding these Blackstone orcs would be quick and easy. Even without Shifeng's mana domain, Su Qianlu and Blackie could still handle the monsters by themselves since they had already reached level 107. The only problem was getting to the grinding spot. The journey there involved traveling through the Misty Canyon, which was infested with monsters around level 117. Even a High Lord of this level could effortlessly slaughter level 104 Refinement Realm experts. Fortunately, Shifeng was Abyssal Star City's administrator, so he could assign some of the city's NPC guards to escort Zero Wings members out of the Misty Canyon. After Shifeng gave his command, Su Qianlu took charge of the team and followed the NPC guards to the Burning Land. During their journey across the Misty Canyon, Rampant Blade and the other ex-members of Shadow couldn't help but be shocked when they saw many of the team's members nearly getting insta-killed by the monsters that abruptly appeared from the sides. Rather than a grinding activity, it felt more like they were going on a perilous journey instead. After advancing for around 5 hours, the team finally arrived at the Blackstone tribe's campsite in the Burning Land. "I'll go and lure the monsters. You guys get ready to cast your spells," Shifeng said as he looked at Su Qianlu and Blackie. Then, after saying so, he promptly charged toward the nearest group of Blackstone orcs. When Rampant Blade and the others who were grinding here for the first time saw Shifeng's actions, they couldn't help but be stunned. Although most of the Blackstone orcs were only High Lords, they were level 112 monsters. For a level 108 player like Shifeng, these level 112 High Lords were even stronger than level 108 Great Lords. As for the level 112 Great Lords, they were essentially level 108 Grand Lords to Shifeng. Yet, despite going up against so many Blackstone orcs, Shifeng had charged at the monsters without hesitation. Even Apex experts would fall quickly if they pulled such a stunt. However, after Shifeng released his mana domain, the Blackstone orcs, who normally relied on mana to strengthen themselves, instantly lost over 1/3 of their combat power. Now that Shifeng's basic attributes were already at the Tier 4 standard, these Blackstone orcs had become nothing more than toddlers in front of him. In less than 5 minutes, Shifeng had successfully lured a group of over 1,000 Blackstone orcs to Su Qianlu and the others, taking no damage throughout the entire process. "Attack!" Shifeng shouted when he saw that the Blackstone orcs were less than 100 yards away from Su Qianlu and the others. "Fire!" Su Qianlu commanded. Immediately, Su Qianlu, Blackie, and several other magical class experts equipped with the Primordial Mana equipment set unleashed the Tier 3 AoE, spells they had precast, bombarding the Blackstone orcs with meteorites, ice, and wind. In the meantime, Shifeng leaped into the air and stayed suspended 100 meters above ground using his mana domain. Then, using his vantage point, he watched the bombardment of AoE spells. The AoE spells Su Qianlu and the others cast carried power at the Tier 4 standard. So, Even the level 112 Great Lord ranked Blackstone Orcs were beaten into a heavily injured state after getting hit by the spells, which, in turn, caused their combat power to plummet even further. All other ranged DPS attack as well. Shurfeng commanded. Upon hearing Shurfeng's command, Dawn Moon and the other ranged players promptly began launching their spells and skills as well. Due to the Blackstone Orcs being in a heavily injured state, the effects of the level suppression had been weakened. Although Dawn Moon and the others were incapable of dealing damage in the millions like Su, Qianlu, and Blackie, their attacks still managed to cause over 100,000 damage. When they achieved a critical hit, some of their attacks even caused 200,000 or 300,000 damage. The Blackstone Orcs only had around 60 million HP, so it didn't take long for them to be reduced into ashes. Meanwhile, after the Blackstone Orcs died, everyone present saw their experience bars increasing by a huge chunk. In the case of Rampant Blade and the other ex-members of Zero Wing, who had their levels reduced to 100 by World Dominators, they saw their experience bars increasing by 20%. This situation thoroughly dumbfounded them. Since when did it become so easy to level up? Good. I'll go and lure another group. In the meantime, rest up and recover your mana, Shurfeng said to the team before leaving to lure another group of Blackstone Orcs. After Shurfeng lured a few more groups of Blackstone Orcs, Rampant Blade, and the other ex-members of Shadow successfully reached level 101. Many of the level 103 members present had also risen to level 104, their current leveling speed vastly surpassing their past leveling speed. Meanwhile, outside the Candlelight Hotel in 100 Flow City, is Zero Wing really as amazing as you say it is? Yaoyue, an otherworldly beauty wearing light gray armor, asked as she looked at the aged hotel before her, a trace of doubt in her eyes. When this beautiful woman stopped in front of the Candlelight Hotel, the players walking on the street, regardless of gender, couldn't help but stop to look at her. This was because this woman didn't simply possess otherworldly beauty. Even her presence felt otherworldly, and everyone couldn't help but get the urge to appreciate her beauty and presence. Zero Wing has managed to scare off even world dominators, Big Sis Snow. Moreover, you won't be subjected to any troublesome restrictions even if you join Zero Wing. In the off chance that you do get accepted, you might finally get to resolve the trouble that has been plaguing you all these years, Lin Yaoyue said. Okay, let's go and take a look, Gentle Snow said, nodding. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3077 _ Burning Land, Blackstone Orcs Campsite. Burning Land, Blackstone Orcs Campsite. After grinding Blackstone Orcs for several hours, Zero Wing's members saw an increase in their levels. It was especially true for Rampant Blade and the ex-members of Zero Wing. Despite being at level 100 just a few hours ago, they were now level 103. This was due to the significant EXP bonuses they received as a result of the difference in levels between them and the monsters. As for the other players in the team, although not as significant as the ex-Zero Wing members, all of them still leveled up once. Even Shurfeng had leveled up once, reaching level 109. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Shurfeng's power leveling rivaled the power leveling provided by Tier 4 experts on the main continent. While Shurfeng was taking a break after just defeating another group of Blackstone Orcs, the sound of a message notification suddenly entered his ears. Lin Yaoyue is here. Shurfeng smiled when he saw the contents of the message Blakeana, the Candlelight Hotel's manager, sent him. Shurfeng had granted Blakeana a certain degree of authority over the Candlelight Hotel. In addition, so long as someone he listed as important visited the Candlelight Hotel, Blakeana would message him and inform him immediately. Currently, there were only 3 people Shurfeng had listed as important: Galaxy Past, Hidden Soul, and Lin Yaoyue. In Shurfeng's eyes, Lin Yaiyue was a magical genius. While the average domain realm expert might not be able to notice this detail, Shifeng could sense it clearly. Lin Yaiyue possessed an incredibly high affinity with mana. Even though she was only Tier 3 right now, her perception toward mana was already nearing the Tier 5 standard. The odds of someone having such a talent were less than 1%. Had Lin Yaiyue joined a superpower instead of a first-rate guild like Mysterious Moon, she would have probably gained a mana domain already by now, and her combat power would surpass even Galaxy Past. Everyone is close to reaching their corrosion threshold already. Guild leader Su Qianlu reminded Shifeng after looking at Rampant Blade and the others. Judging by their complexions, it was clear that they were no longer at peak mental performance. Compared to the maps located near NPC cities, the foreign energy present in the Burning Land was much denser. As a result, players' bodies also get corroded much more quickly. Meanwhile, in addition to putting players in a hungry and energy-deprived state, the corrosion of foreign energy would also drain a person's mental state. In addition, once a player's corrosion threshold reached a certain level, they would quickly die if they didn't return to a city to rest. The foreign energy present in God's domain's level 100+ maps was also the main factor restricting a player's leveling speed. Due to the presence of this foreign energy, players could not grind for as long as they wanted. After factoring in travel and recovery times, even if there were 48 hours in a day in God's domain, the average player could only spend around a dozen of those hours grinding and leveling up in a level 100+ map. The situation was even worse in the Burning Land. Even a player with a gold mana body could, at most, last around 13 or 14 hours here. As for those with bronze and silver mana bodies, they couldn't even last 10 hours here. Okay, let's head back and rest, then Shifeng said, nodding. The current leveling speed of Zero Wings members was already beyond everyone else in God's domain. After all, Zero Wings members had Abyssal Star City's NPC guards escorting them to the border of the Burning Land. They had a huge advantage over the various superpowers teams that had to travel out of the Misty Canyon by themselves. Rampant Blade and the others sighed in relief when they heard Shifeng's words. At the same time, they couldn't help but be amazed by Shifeng, Su Qianlu, and the other executives of Zero Wing. While they were having trouble controlling their bodies due to their hunger and mental fatigue, Shifeng and the other executives of Zero Wing only looked a little tired. Shifeng, in particular, behaved no differently than usual, and he could still toy around with the Blackstone Orcs with little effort. Subsequently, Su Qianlu and the others took out a guild transfer scroll and teleported back to Zero Wing's residence in Abyssal Star City. As for Shifeng, he used a return scroll for 100 Flow City. We are hosted NOV3L. Find us on G00GLE. 100 Flow City, Candlelight Hotel. The mana here sure is dense. It's much denser than the other hotels in 100 Flow City. Gentle Snow exclaimed while sitting in the Candlelight Hotel's reception room. I can even feel the foreign energy in my body getting purified much more quickly. It's no wonder even World Dominators is fearful of Zero Wing. Increasing the mana density of an area was a challenging task in God's domain. Moreover, the higher the density, the greater the difficulty. The miniature ancient world originally possessed a rich mana environment already, and it was close to matching the various superpowers' holy lands on the main continent. Yet, the Candlelight Hotel had managed to further improve this already dense mana by a large margin, creating a mana environment that was superior to even that of the various superpowers' holy lands. On top of that, the Candlelight Hotel's environment could also accelerate the purification of foreign energy. Not even the various superpowers could produce such a mana environment in the current God's domain. Yet, Zero Wing had accomplished it. This is nothing Big Sis Snow, whether it is the mana density or the foreign energy purification rate here. Both are only a fraction of what is available in Abyssal Star City, Lin Yaiwe said. Then, with a look of envy, she continued, currently, all of Zero Wing's members are operating from Abyssal Star City. Their development rate is significantly faster than players like us who can only operate around NPC cities. Every player in the miniature ancient world was looking to reach level 120 as soon as possible. It was so that they could enter the Boundary Mountain Range and become the first to capitalize on the resources of Two Gods' domains. Meanwhile, Abyssal Star City was undoubtedly the easiest solution to achieve this goal. Because of this, Lin Yaiwe had come to join Zero Wing as an outer member. In addition, she had also persuaded Gentle Snow to join Zero Wing with her. Currently, there were only 2 guilds garrisoned in Abyssal Star City, and all members belonging to these 2 guilds could freely enter the city. Meanwhile, so long as the 2 of them became Zero Wing's outer members, they too could freely enter Abyssal Star City. Although Lin Yaiwe wouldn't be able to teleport into Abyssal Star City directly since she was still a member of Mysterious Moon, that wasn't a problem for Gentle Snow. Gentle Snow didn't have a guild, so she could join Zero Wing and purchase Zero Wing's guild transfer scrolls. While Lin Yaiwe and Gentle Snow were talking, the reception room's doors suddenly opened. Then, a cloaked young man walked into the room, and this person was none other than Surefoam. Gentle Snow? Surefoam was stunned when he saw the incredibly familiar woman sitting inside the reception room. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible.